the vaccine with limiting their symptoms. Just getting word the Boy Scouts win preliminary approval from a bankruptcy judge for an $850 million settlement to resolve tens of thousands of sex abuse claims. America is listening to Fox News.
Bargain Tactical, Guam's largest firearms dealer and sports shooting store, offering the best selection on island. You'll find everything you need for your next trip to the range. Ammo, target, stands, hearing and eye protection. A full-time armorer is ready to help with repairs, maintenance, and builds. Plus, you'll find a large selection of home defense accessories, including tasers, stun guns, pepper spray, batons, and home security devices. Pellet, BB, and airsoft guns in stock now for pest control and training. Tactical Gear Guam, Route 16, Army Drive, and Harmon. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Bargain Tactical 671 or online, bargaintacticalguam.com. Bargain Tactical. You defend, we support.
Off a date, this is Carl from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future. Whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community, our dedicated team in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Haiti is still in search and recovery mode after Saturday's devastating earthquake, but that hasn't stopped an uptick in the number of kidnappings.
2 physicians in much crippled Haiti had been kidnapped in the past 2 days. One is an orthopedic surgeon whose hospital needs him for the growing number of earthquake victims needing treatment, including amputations. The other is an obstetrician who was snatched while on his way to a hospital to perform an emergency cesarean section. Hospital administrators are blaming gangs. More than 12,000 were injured and more than 2,100 were killed in the quake. Eben Brown, Fox News.
A fight over space equipment will go another round. NASA now agrees to stop work until November on the Lunar Lander project awarded to SpaceX to allow time for a new legal challenge by Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin. An apology already from new Jeopardy host Mike Richards over podcast comments made in 2013.
The online media outlet The Ringer reviewing old episodes of the Random Podcast where they say Richards made sexist comments regarding women and their bodies. Richards has since deleted and removed the episodes from the website while apologizing in a statement, saying that the podcast was, quote, intended to be a series of irreverent conversations between longtime friends who had a history of joking around. Last week, Richards, who also served as executive producer of Jeopardy, was named the replacement to Alex Trebek. Sony told The Ringer that they were unaware of the podcast and Richards' comments.
Fox's Mike Gunzelman. A judge in L.A. is denying a woman's request for a restraining order against Dodgers pitcher Trevor Bauer, who's accused of violence during 2 consensual sexual encounters. After a 4-day hearing, the judge calls the woman's petition materially misleading and said that according to her own testimony, Bauer followed boundaries she had set. A police investigation continues. Bauer's been on paid leave since July. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
A great burger is about balance. So with triple the beef, naturally we triple the cheese.
What about triple the bacon?
This guy gets it. My triple bacon cheesy jack combo. Only at Jack in the Box. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Small drink and small fries.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer staycation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance. Agana 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo at 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Mezcla, read all about it. Check out Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Tumon for lunch. Serving up some savory seafood specials such as spicy garlic shrimp, candied salmon, or better yet, the local favorite, snapper or shrimp escabeche. Available only during lunch hours. Make sure to come down and try these tasty specials and more. Call 969-2652 for more info or to make a reservation. Located at the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon, Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Looking for a seamless medical trip to Manila? St. Luke's Medical Center's Pacific Islands Medical Referral Package offers a convenient end-to-end medical travel service to St. Luke's Global City. With the package, they also provide assistance in the processing of your air travel requirements, airport to hospital transportation, and hospital room upgrades, all for free. To learn more, call Phil MD at 671-637-5433 or visit their office in Tumuning across the Baltej at St. Luke's. We love life.
today. It's 6:06. I'm Montesova Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. A crash yesterday on Marine Drive sent several people to the hospital. The two-car collision reported near Smith Bridge up in Gigo. Police and fire officials were called to the scene just about 7:30. Several people said to have been injured in that crash, including a woman who was taken to GRMC with CPR en route. The Guam Daily Post reports a man was also reported to be unresponsive at the scene, and a minor was said to be in stable condition while in transport to the hospital. The crash is still under investigation. Meanwhile, this morning, the condition of the victims isn't known. Police also looking for the two men involved in a shooting that took place in Harmon on Wednesday night. The shooting sent one man to the hospital. The two suspects, identified as 27-year-old Jensen Belga Delvis and 31-year-old Justin Michael Duenas. Both of these suspects are believed to be armed with a handgun and were last seen leaving the scene of the crime at 11 a.m. on Wednesday. Devils is described as about 5 feet 6 inches, weighing about 180 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes with shoulder-length hair. He's known to operate a black Honda Accord with black rims. Duenas is described as being 6 feet height, 6 feet with weighing 200 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. Anyone with information on either of the men should call the Guam Police Department or Crime Stoppers. Meanwhile, more and more people are being admitted to the hospital with the recent jump in COVID cases, and the Joint Information Center has again included in their daily report the breakdown of COVID patients in each of the hospitals. Today's admissions are at 16, with 2 people in intensive care unit, one of those individuals on a ventilator. The breakdown has 8 people at GMH and 8 at GRMC. The report also states that 14 of the individuals are unvaccinated, while 1 is unverified. As for the latest tally of COVID-positive cases, there were 82 out of 1,056 people tested on Wednesday. 31 of the cases identified through contact tracing. 2 cases reported recent travel and were identified in quarantine. To date, there have been a total of 9,200 officially reported cases of COVID-19, 412 people in active isolation, and your car score is at 10.4. We'll have more news right after this. There are 7 DOE students and 1 employee tested positive for COVID, but none of the classes are going to be affected today. DOE does confirm that the students are all separate cases linked to Carbolito Elementary, Liguan Elementary, FB Leon Guerrero, Untalon Middle School, Atticao Elementary, JFK, and an employee at Untalon Middle School. At the same time, the Archdiocese also confirms that 3 Catholic school students tested positive at Bishop, St. Francis, and at the Dominican Catholic School in Gigo. All of the close contacts have been identified. They are working with public health in identifying those close contacts, and the schools have all been cleaned, and none of the classes have been canceled for today. There's also a drive-through testing that continues today and tomorrow at the Teeds and Carnival grounds. Testing runs from 8 a.m. until 12. And for the vaccination clinics, those continue at the Micronesia Mall today and tomorrow from 11 till 6. Today, they are offering the vaccinations up at the Northern Clinic from 1 until 4. And then the University of Guam has been running their Saturday clinics for GovGuam employees and their families, and they'll do that every Saturday all the way up until September. It's not much of a surprise the governors vetoed the 2 bills that deal with the RISE Act. The bills 75 and 164 would have removed the spending cap on the pandemic payout and would have increased the individual amounts and removed the impediments to the payout. In her veto message, the governor said that lawmakers overlooked the forest for the trees in an attempt to push bills that simplistically remove impediments. The governor said the Treasury guidance requires jurisdictions to consider whether and the extent to which the affected population experience economic harm from the pandemic. She says neither bill before her addressed the critical oversight. Meanwhile, the Department of Revenue Tax is ready to begin issuing applications. They say by September 1st, those will be sent out to the public, and the payout should happen within about 2 weeks of those applications being approved. And today, the island mourns the passing of famed musician, a musical icon, and a businessman, Jimmy D. Jimmy D, also known as James Flores, passed away after battling some health issues. He was 76. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Well, thanks very much, Mon. I'm very sad about that story. I've known all of my adult life when he first
all of my life.
Came to Guam, came back to Guam after doing stuff in the States for many years. Released a single called "Listen to the Wind," and I met him once because his son Jim and I are classmates since about the fourth or fifth grade at Cathedral Grade School, and I met him once, and he gave me a signed copy of that 45 from a long time ago, and it's one of my favorite stories. It was one of my favorite stories to talk to him about all of these years. And Jimmy, thanks so much for all of the entertainment and having the bouncers get me out of fights at Jimmy D's Chamarita Lounge and Discotheque. He always had them looking out for me because he knew I was a troublemaker. Watch out for the skinny one with the mouth, because he's going to get in fights. Just watch out for him.
He was just the kind of guy that always wanted to build people up. He just always wanted to mentor you somehow to make you a better person.
Terrific guy. All right.
Absolutely.
Partly cloudy skies and isolated showers. I'm sure there'll be others with even better stories about him. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. Partly cloudy skies and isolated showers. There's easterly winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Highs today 88 degrees. For tonight, expect mostly cloudy skies and isolated showers. East winds to 15 miles an hour. 78 degrees lows. Chance of showers about 20%. Did you catch the operative words today? Partly cloudy skies and isolated showers. This is a standard Guam forecast, and then I'll put the map up so you can see why they're calling for it. You see where Guam is on a map here this morning? For those of you that are listening to the radio, I'm basically showing where Guam is. A little bit of clouds over us right about now, but nothing on the other side of that, and that's the way the wind is blowing in kind of an easterly, east to west direction, and there's nothing over there. So I'm ready to call it a Grill Marks weekend. I called it last night. Did you see the red skies?
I did.
Did you nod and said, "God, he's that good"?
I closed my eyes, too.
Mostly cloudy, partly sunny with isolated showers and thunderstorms in the forecast for tomorrow. And that follows us all the way through the weekend. So expect some rain and possibly some thunderstorms. But I'm going to call it for a Grill Marks weekend all over the place. Sunrise this morning at 6:08. The image that I had up while Manu was doing the news, that's from real Joe Cruz, who went outside and was just so taken with the nature display that he had to grab his camera and snap a picture.
I did.
It's a wonderful moment, Joe.
It was.
Are you feeling in tune with the universe today?
No frowny faces
no
here,
frowny
man.
faces. Absolutely not. I might actually have the one from pretty Sarita Garin. There's sunrise this morning. She sent me this yesterday, and I laughed out. Yeah, after 1 year swab test. There you go. Here's the sunrise from over at her place. What are referred to as crepuscular rays, and what that basically means is there's a cloud in the way of the sunrise, and that's why you get those kinds of things that are happening. Did I see that Jeff had sent in some pictures from Friday over at his place? Absolutely gorgeous. There it is. That's the sunrise we've been looking for all week long. Sunrise over at Pirates Cove on a Friday morning. If you were thinking there were going to be frowny faces this morning, you just can't. You can't look at a great sunrise like that and think it's going to be an awful day. We'll just have to wait for Lou to make it awful. You know what I mean? But that's going to be later on. 6:15, that's news and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67 years.
Did you know that indoor air can be up to 5 times more polluted than outdoor air? Meet the world's smartest all-in-one air purification system, Aura Air. Suitable for all businesses with patented filters that disinfect the air from bacteria, viruses, mold, odors, and more. It also provides real-time monitoring for indoor and outdoor air quality. All at the convenience of a user-friendly mobile app. Get your Aura Air today by calling 688-2677. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Business owners looking to expand, looking for an opportunity to give your business, looking to give your business a chance to succeed. There's a commercial space for rent at the DNA building in Agutya. This is a 10-story building with 24-hour security guards, maintenance, and custodial staff. A fitness center, close proximity to the Superior Court of Guam, Agutya Post Office, and several banks. Call DNA Incorporated for more information. Telephone 477-9053 or 9054 or email DNAinc.guam@gmail.com. Hoy! Just checking in here this morning. Portions of the program being brought to you by the team over at APL. That's American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by my friends over at Take Care. And they've got a health fair starting this weekend over at the Micronesia Mall from 11 to 5. It's at the Old Dollar Discount Store. And you go there. Let me see if I can calm this thing down. It's all hectic here. You go there and you'll be able to learn everything you need to know about their health plans, their health center, network information with their incredible global providers, wellness and fitness programs. Almost called it witness programs. The Take Care Witness Program. Biometric screenings and essentially everything that they do to keep you healthy. Again, this is going to be taking place between 11 and 5, just about every Saturday between here and in October, 6/17 on The Ray Gibson Show.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I'm overwhelmed with information and documentation. What did you just snort there, Real Joe? I caught you snorting at something. What is that?
Oh, it's an inhaler.
It's with cocaine in it?
No, it's Moderna.
Do they have
Yeah,
that?
it's over-the-counter Moderna.
I thought you were like dabbing. It's a little bit early in the morning for a dab, don't you think?
No, yeah, it is.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Friday. A lot of people, they do different things, different standards on Friday. Hold it together for another
I promise.
3 hours and 45 minutes.
I got you, man.
I hope so. Because you're in charge of pushing all the buttons and getting the phone on that side of the bill. That's Real Joe Cruz, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can tell, suffering from COVID-19. Is that what are you going to get checked?
Oh, no, I'm good, man. I'm
Really?
good. Yeah.
Where did you pick up the sniffles? Do you know? Do we need to?
I got it from Ruckus.
Oh, that's right. Ruckus with the muckus.
Yeah.
And so he was sick.
Yeah.
But they're still
He's
taking.
better now.
Just you now are the one that's sick. Okay.
Slightly.
You got all weekend to get over.
It's a mild cold.
You and Jerry Roberts have both had to experience a little bit of congestion in the nasal area here this morning.
Yeah. What do you call that?
COVID is what
Okay.
it's called. They have another name for that. It's called COVID. We don't have the common cold anymore, Real Joe. We don't have the flu anymore.
Right.
There's no other maladies that are out there. There is COVID-19 and there is health. That's it. Those are the two stages of life as we know it here on Guam. And unfortunately, there seem to be a whole lot of people that just aren't paying attention and going out there and making unvaccinated people sick as hell. And they're all showing up at the hospital, and they're all taking all of these tests, and that's why our Cabrera score today is 10.4, right? 10.4. Wow, says
that's
our
a
Cabrera
marker.
score. It's a I don't want to have anything to do with that. It's at 10.4. The bedwetters and the twitchers are they're bedwetting in each other's twitchy beds now because we all believe that there's going to be some looming restrictions on the horizon. I understand that there's supposed to be one of these press conferences that they're going to get today.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Gonna get the usual bunch there in the governor's conference room. She'll be there in the center, and Felix will be over there, and Art from over at Public Health.
It's not going to be much of a surprise because their physicians advisory group have been advising her to take some action.
Crack down.
Yeah,
Crack down on these unvaccinated
limit some
people.
of the group gatherings and some of the occupancy limits.
But there's things going on. Actually, that's not true. There's a ton of stuff that has been canceled. I was talking with a guy that operates a facility that is commonly used for fundraisers, political fundraisers, and he says, out of an abundance of caution, a number of these fundraisers have been canceled.
Are we doing that again this year? Are we? Is that the plan, ladies and gentlemen, that we're going to make it so that we can't get any new political names, fundraisers, and opportunities to meet and greet and hand out toilet paper and what's the other stuff they give away? Laundry detergent, Clorox and laundry detergent. Those are a sack of rice. Those are the best prizes at these political fundraisers. But many of them are being canceled now out of an abundance of caution and just the uncertainty of what these restrictions could be. But my guess is if there are restrictions that are going to be out there and put in place, they will not be put in place on the 106,282 fully vaccinated individuals here on Guam. Even though I can get COVID-19 from them and they can get it from me, they're fully vaccinated. They've had the shot. They've got the piece of paper that says that they've had the shot. And so they'll be able to go out there and do all kinds of fun things like the $190 wine event that's going to be taking place on the 27th floor of the Tsubaki Tower.
Yeah, but you still have your wine.
What's that?
You still have your wine going on.
I got my wine. I'm whining now.
You're whining
I'm
now.
whining right now. This is why it sucks to work with family sometimes, because they can totally call you out on crap. That's my baby sister, Monica Tyron. She's the querida.
Senator.
Senator Monica Tyron, accusing me of whining over the privileges that the vaccinated people are going to have. But me being a lowly, dirty, unvaccinated person, I'm not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah. Well, you were dirty before COVID came along. So I mean,
She's absolutely right. She's absolutely right. Anyway, that's kind of the team that we got here. Jerry Roberts is going to come in and do hopefully a happier extra point today. We'll talk about that and see where the markets are going to be going and items on my table of contents. But now, before we get to saying good morning to everybody, you ever ponder like yourself and wonder how many people are just like me in this universe? Wow, not just like me, but I mean it's like you, just like you. And every once in a while, I get a handful of these things, and it's in the guise of what we refer to in the business as show prep. And one of the more interesting things that people that put show prep together do is they like to look at surveys, and they're fairly easy enough to get hold of these days. Everybody's conducting some kind of survey or some kind of research and posting it up there somewhere. And then this one here, and they take it and they post it. So let me just see as I say this, how many of you, and you can be as public with your response as you'd like to be, or you can keep it to yourself depending on your level of embarrassment. 45% of us have worn the same pair of underwear for 2 days or longer. Monica's like, oh, God. The survey by underwear company Tommy John asked 1,000 men and women about their hygiene habits. 13% of people said they've worn the same pair for a week or more. I'm not looking at you, Real Joe. Men are 2 times more likely than women to wear their underwear for more than a week, but women will still do it. The underwear company suggests you should swap out your old underwear for a new pair every 6 months to reduce your risk of bacterial and yeast infections. At least 85% of respondents said they didn't know how long they've owned their oldest pair of intimates. Real Joe?
I use a liner.
Thanks very much. I get you. I get you. 624, and so I've told you guys recently about about orders I've made on Amazon, and the orders that I made on Amazon, I ordered myself. I think I screwed up because I like double shipment, but don't tell Amazon anyway. So I've got something on the order of about 24 brand new pair of underwear,
briefs,
mid-rise. Thanks.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, there's
anti-skid mark.
Would you like to see? I'll show you pictures.
Mid-rise.
I'll take those Cuomo pictures that are so much fun to put out there. Anyway, yeah. So I got and I changed out all my socks. So every piece of underwear that I had, every sock that I've had is now in the trash. I was thinking about giving it to charity.
Oh man.
Yeah, that didn't last long in my head. That concept. Now here's another one. New survey: Americans who don't brush their teeth at least 35% of us do not brush our teeth twice a day. And,
wow.
And I'm just looking for one of you guys to just jump in and admit.
And you probably don't floss either if you don't brush twice a day.
Americans who don't brush once a day.
Oh, man.
Yeah, those are the ones we call COVID breath.
Well, you hope you have.
10% of Americans, 10% of us do not brush their teeth at least once a day. At least
Does
once a day.
Using the pugwa husk count as brushing?
That's vegan.
I would say, I
healthy.
would definitely say yes. People who feel off the rest of the day if they don't at least brush in the morning, that's 80%. People who say they won't have a good night's sleep if they don't brush before bed, 63%. So somewhere in there is the spectrum of people listening to this broadcast that are brushing their teeth right now, and that's it. That's going to be it for oral hygiene for the remainder of the day.
Wow. Yuck mouth.
So which one are you? There ought to be a thing. You know, it's just, are you vaccinated? Yes or no? How often do you brush your teeth? And have you changed your underwear at least once or twice this week? Inquiring minds want to know. 6:26 in the morning. We've got a batch of clean people here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
We know your name.
You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
We know your underwear habits. Yes, we are the morning show. Yeah, the camera goes in both directions, FYI. 6:27 in the morning at the top of the list here, I see Rico Blancafleur. This big man, Rico. When we were talking about our hygiene habits, he said no comment. Colin Clark watching the broadcast here this morning. This could be the day. This could be the weekend. You know, depending on what the restrictions that are looming, we'll see what happens. It's possible that somewhere out there, there's love for Colin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck to you, Colin.
I got that Jay Rojas online at number 3.
Happy birthday.
Jay Rojas, thank you so much. He sent out earlier. He sent out a care package from Hawaii with Li Hing bites and Li Hing whatevers and the weird kind of beef jerky. I'd never seen anything like this before. Did you see the little bag of beef jerky?
They look like big scabs.
It tasted like big scabs actually, but
paper thin.
I
with a
didn't
hint
try
of.
those.
They were super thin.
Yes. So how do you do something like that? He's sent over, it's like this beef jerky, but it was sliced literally paper thin. You could see right through it. And it took me all of about 10 minutes to inhale the bag of that stuff. And now
Wow.
I want more.
Joe try
But
some.
what's that?
Good
I
thing
did.
I
I
let
tried,
Joe try
yeah.
some.
Yeah.
Unreal,
man.
man.
It was that good. And so the question is that something that you can only get in Hawaii? And number 2, what kind of sharp Japanese knife do you have to be able to make that at your own house? Right? Okay, who's toyed with the idea of going to the base and buying a big-ass dehydrator and making beef jerky on your own? Raise your hands. Come on. Somebody's had that idea.
Yeah.
Somebody has had that idea over the whole COVID time, right?
Yes.
It's you?
Yeah, I've had that idea. I want to make my own beef jerky.
Then you realized how much beef actually costs, and you would never, ever make a profit on this stuff. As I said, Rico B's there. Jennifer Poschnitger online. Pretty Sarita Garin says, we made it. It's Friday. Absolutely. Mike Grace Blas. Good rejoicing, Guamies. And there's Janine Blas this morning. It's watching, listening, and strolling the beach. Now, I'm not going to tell you because, there's stalkers in her life. But anyway, but she's out there strolling and looking at the canoe people. The paddle, well,
suppers.
Yeah, whatever they are. No, they're on the actual canoe thing going out there. Janine, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that because there's a thing. It's a huli where the canoe actually flips over. And unless you get out from under it real quick, you'll drown. But anyway, we got Tun Duk Duk online saying, good morning to the point from Anderson Island in Washington. Tun Duk Duk is in the house for the fun. And you know what I did the other day?
What'd you do?
I friended him on Facebook.
Oh, nice.
I friended him. You know why? Because one of these days I may travel again, and I might find myself up in the upper left-hand corner of the States, and I might need someplace to crash. I might need somebody to call the police department in Seattle and say, no, I can vouch for him. Go ahead and release him to me. That's what I'm looking for. I got Marilu Berseman. Good morning, Gunda. Gemma SB. Good morning, Ray, Mana, Real Joe, and everybody listening to the Ray Gibson Show. It's Friday. Nate Horn. Oh my God, somebody said something bad 8 years ago on their podcast. Fire them. Throw them in the fire. So was it one of the last stories in the Fox News about somebody that said an awkward thing about a woman's body?
Oh, they'll cancel you right away. They're looking way back.
All right. Don't listen to any tapes of me from Hit Radio, whatever, Power 98, 610 Radio back in the early 80s. And portions of this program here.
Or yesterday's show.
Or yesterday's program. Never listen to any of that stuff at all, because I'm sure it's going to be one of these days, somebody's going to be looking at that saying, oh, my God, how did he get away with that kind of thing? And, the reason why I can get away with that crap is yeah, I've got the Picaroo gene.
He's Picaroo.
Everybody, I don't mean it. I'm just Picaroo. I just say things.
Yeah.
Just see what happens after you say things. Very homosexual, if you ask me. Dennis Larson's online. I got Colin Clark, as I said, watching the program. Trina San Augustine is online. I mean, the crap that I've said about Trina, since we met, 25 years ago.
So
I mean,
true.
But that's the thing. It's true. That it was the thing. It was true. It was true then. It's true now. Sarah Lake saying, good morning. It's a funny face Friday. One step forward, then 2 steps back. Sheesh. That's how you cha-cha with this administration. Cha-cha with this administration. You mean like cha-cha slide? I'll bet they're going to do a cha-cha slide at Tsubaki Tower tonight.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not going to be able to go for 2 reasons. 1, I'm not vaccinated. 2, I don't have $190. We got Brad Wood online saying, hi, Mana.
Hi, Brad.
2 other people here just saying, Post Canteen. Post Canteen says Route 15, not Marine Corps Drive. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Good night. Catalina Pinaula Rios is online. There's Gerald Young watching the program. Phil Letty saying, good morning. Hey, Phil, what's the going rate on printer ink these days?
He doesn't know, man. He's fishing or golfing.
Oh, it's true. Fishing, golfing, and praying.
Yeah.
The weekend's coming up. Somebody asked, what's for breakfast? Mark Voigtland says leftover pizza. I have a pizza story.
Nice.
So yesterday, because Lynn McAfee gave me a cat with one eye, but otherwise it's a pretty useful cat. But apparently you've got to feed them every once in a while, and apparently you've got to change the litter in the box every once in a while. The last time I went to Kmart, they didn't have the kind of clumping litter that I want. I went yesterday and they had it, and a bunch of new flavors of kitty chow or whatever it is that I'm feeding the cat.
Vittles.
Friskies. Friskies. Yeah. Friskies. Anyway, so I get all this stuff, buy it, and I'm walking out the door over at Kmart, and I saw the thing for Little Caesars.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm of the opinion that you can't screw up a pizza. But when they first opened Little Caesars all those years ago, I didn't like the pizza there. I didn't like the pizza over at Kmart, and so I never bought any. And if over the last 25 years, I passed the thing. What?
You just made my stomach growl.
Yeah.
Are you thinking about Little Caesars?
No, Little Caesars pizza is my favorite.
That's your go-to.
But you've got to eat it in the parking lot. You got to eat it there while it's like piping hot.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You take it home, and by the time you get home, it's not as good.
Anyway, so here it is, 25 years later. I'm willing to give Little Caesar another chance. Pizza. I'm willing to give Little Caesar another chance. And I'm looking at one of these, like a medium pepperoni pizza, and I said, do you take a credit card here? And the lady says, no, only cash.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Is that a new thing?
Is it because I'm unvaccinated? Is that what happened? Because you only want cash from me now. Little kids can take PayPal information. Little kids can take credit card information. But over there, and I walked out, I was dejected, disappointed.
But the ATM is right there, right?
Went home and kicked a cat. What? That's another step I had to take.
Yeah.
Do you know when I went to this another commercial for Subway, and I went to the Subway at GPO, and I took out the credit card, and the lady looked at the card, and I said, "Do you want me to put it in?" Shut up. Shut up. I know where your head's at. Just keep your microphone closed. I said, and she said, "No, just tap it against the machine."
What?
I got a credit card. My first Hawaiian bank card. You can take it and you can tap it against the gizmo, and that's the transaction right there.
I want to try that.
Right?
Tap
well, that's where you go. I'm going. No, this is me being a little kid in the candy store. All of a sudden,
Wow,
we
so you
have
did it
that
2
technology
times.
here. Yeah, I want to go back in line, get another sandwich over at the place. So I'm blown away.
Which Subway is that? Because I want to try that.
It's the one over at GPO. So
it.
I go and I'm thinking maybe I can tap my credit card on something over at the Little Caesars, and it didn't happen. So I was pizza-less yesterday.
Aww.
Yeah. And I went home and I was looking in the freezer, and I got, I'm a bachelor, so I got French bread pizzas and those little Hot Pockets and stuff like that. No, it's not the same. It's not the same as a pizza. So I'm looking forward to carving up. Good job on your leftover pizza there. Mark Voitlin is online. See, it's amazing. I can take almost any comment from just about anybody and turn that into a 10-minute riff. Isn't this fun? Red Queen will speak to the subjects today, says Brad. I won't be listening. 'Cause, look, there's nothing that she is going to say. There's no restriction that she can place on me that I personally will care about because I will work around it one way or the other. And when it's all done and then there's an excuse for the restrictions to be lifted, I will be on the other side of that and saying, yeah, didn't affect me at all, lady. Try again. Come up with something else. Go. I dare you. Sabine Chargaloff is online. Mark says, I think she vetoed those complicated bills because she doesn't understand them and only signs the simple ones. She's got a whole staff there, people that can draw pictures for her. I got Lou Mendiola saying, Hoffa Ray, Mana, and Joe. There's Jerome McDonald. And Jerome posted a great picture of him and Jimmy D on Facebook yesterday, and that was among the nice. Obviously, it was bad news. I first caught wind of it. Like I said, his son James is my classmate, so it popped up in the classmate chat first, and then I started. I'm cruising Facebook and social media most of the rest of the day yesterday, and it was nice to see all of the people that had all of those memories. As I'm fond of saying, Jimmy's family is going to be looking for his memories, and to a great degree, they shared him with the rest of the island, in fact, the rest of the world. And so if you've got any pictures of you and Jimmy, or Jimmy somewhere performing, whether it was on stage over at the Hilton, or whether it was... But someplace while you're out traveling, or even on a Saturday afternoon sale over at Gibson's, where we would all get together, do live broadcasts, and he'd get up there and do a couple of numbers just because it was fun. Go ahead and post those things up. Trust me, the family is going to enjoy seeing those things, especially if they're memories that made you smile. Lou Mendiola watching from Vancouver, Washington. I got Mike Grace Blush. Joey Kichitsu is online. I got Gene Fujikawa. Good morning, Ray. I guess retirees are not qualified for the RISE Act, how the government changes things. Really? I thought they were. I thought that was the deal. Did they make a change on something where it's just GovGuam employees and regular citizens? I thought it was GovGuam employees, retirees, and citizens. Gene, don't go too far away. We'll see what I can learn a little bit later on. Dennis Benzer says, I slept through my alarm. At least I can still make it to work on time. There ought to be a rule. If you wake up 5 minutes late, your day is ruined. Just go. I'd call in sick. You know what? Call in. Why are you sick? Oh, I don't know. I feel big wavy inside. It's big wavy fatigue. That's what I got going on. Big Sister Shelley is finally back in town, although came in with a little bit of an earache. Dennis Larson says it's going around. I've got a head cold as well. Chris Costine saying, good tidings, Gibsonites. Maganda Numaga from Marilu, and Steve Medrano saying good morning. Jason Dingle saying good morning, Guam. Good to have you there. Shelley talking about those TSA thermal screeners. Bust you. Anything over 97 degrees. Thank you. PH waving me off in clearance after I showed them my card. Why they wouldn't use a Honolulu hoop jumping UA bracelet as enough to skip that maze. I don't know. You're the only person I know that's actually doing any serious traveling these days. I'm going to wait until the world finally gets around to settling down. Who else is playing around? Harold, the cash only is the kiosk by the door where they sell the popcorn. No, that's the one that I was trying to get through. But I didn't want it to be cash only. I wanted to be able to tap my credit card because it's 2021. James Vega, wow, signed the bill to change his spelling and name, but Telefofo is the same. They didn't even give Telefofo a glota. I thought they were going to give it an exclamation point. Maybe there's something in the article, because I thought it was going to be Telefofo, which is the way apparently the ancient Chamorros Ortello pronounces it. But I don't know. The rest of them is just kind of a glota. Who else is playing around here this morning? Do I get any new names and new players in the game? A reminder that we're also doing this on YouTube Live. So if you want to go someplace else and maybe encounter a new set of Ray Gibson Show viewers and listeners, that might be an option for you. Post Canteen with a reminder, the Queen of Hearts jackpot, $1,225. The drawing will be at 7 o'clock tonight. And there's all kinds of opportunities there to get that jackpot higher. So every time somebody buys a ticket, the jackpot goes up. So you might want to get there early, start drinking, start buying up a whole bunch of tickets, and drive that jackpot up. And who knows, you might be able to make your own back. Nick Perlowski says, I already make my own beef jerky. You know why that's a good idea? Because it's expensive. It's expensive. Gas station beef jerky, anywhere in Tumon, beef jerky.
Tiny bag, $10.
Exactly. Let me see. Oh, that's nice. I got a picture. I'll put it up, Jerry, with Jerry Perez, who once upon a time was a member of Jimmy D's first band called The Glow Lights. And I'll get that up on the screen before too much longer. Like I said, Alfred Wayne Cabo's there. I got Joanne Titano. Ron Castro is waving this morning. And big shouts to Joe Mesa. What's that? Guatan Tassi V1 and V6 Slalom Shootout Race. Sunday, August 22nd at 6 a.m. over in Mataping Beach, unless the governor says that you're not allowed. Pam Duvall asking, Ray, is the cat fixed? It doesn't need to be fixed. It's ugly. It's only got one eye. So it's probably not going to get like a cat boyfriend. But the answer is yes. I was told when I got it that it was all prepared. Mark Voigtland again. Ray, Guam is stuck in the 1950s. Why are places still only taking cash? It's 2021. You know, for the same reason why you get old people stand in line over at the bank every payday, because they feel like they've got to get a stamped receipt of something. Anyway, oh my God, look at the time, Monty. You don't even slow me down anymore. 6:42. We got to take the 6:30 break and get some news and headlines in here. Find out what everybody's going to be talking about. There's a share button on whatever it is that you're listening on, except oddly the radio. But there's a share button on the Facebook, on the YouTubes, or whatever. Let everybody know this is where you're coming for news, information, and all kinds of yucks and things that you didn't know yesterday. Things that you need to know for today with Mana Silva Tyron Alpha. Mana, what happened?
There were 82 new cases out of 1,056 people tested on Wednesday. 31 of the new cases identified through contact tracing. 2 cases reported recent travel. This brings our number now to 9,200, with 412 people in active isolation, and the CAR score is at 10.4. Meanwhile, the total admissions at the hospitals is at 16, with 2 people in intensive care, one of those on a ventilator. Now, the governor is expected to call a press conference sometime today where she's expected to announce possibly some restrictions that might be implemented to address the recent rise in COVID cases. The governor's physician advisory group has been asking for some restrictions, such as limitations on social gatherings. The governor is also expected to sign another executive order. Meanwhile, police investigating a 2-car crash yesterday up in Jigo that left several people injured. Fire and police called to the scene just around 7:30. A woman taken to GRMC with CPR en route, with a man said to have been unresponsive at the scene. A teen was also injured in that, but is in stable condition. Also, police are looking for 2 men wanted in connection with a shooting that took place in Harmon on Wednesday. The 2 men said to be armed and dangerous. If you have any information, call police or Crime Stoppers. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Now, who is the victim? The police have been mum on the identity of the victim, but the victim's sister, I want to say her name is Kelly, is not. She's been all over Facebook and showing pictures of the guys and saying, go get him because they shot my brother. 6:44 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show. We'll continue. We'll take a look at what's happening in traffic next.
For all your back-to-school needs, contact Express Financial. Express Financial is consumer lending at its very best. They also have a host of dealer service programs with quick approvals. There are 3 ways to apply: over the phone at 637-9834 or visit their office in person at 600 Harmon Loop Road across the street from Cost You Less. You can also visit their webpage and apply at myexpressfinancial.com. In most cases, you'll get your money the same day.
Today, indoor air quality is more critical than ever, and the experts at Carrier have a solution for your protection and peace of mind. Introducing Carrier's OptiClean air filtration system with HEPA filters and optional UV light accessories. Designed for hospital isolation rooms, yet versatile enough for businesses, schools, and other large areas. This machine can cover 1,500 square feet. It's compact, portable, and only runs on 110 power. Contact Carrier at 647-COOL to learn more.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Oh, so that's the brother then. Gotcha, okay. 6:46 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. And before I get to the right now traffic, I love this picture from the late 60s, the glow lights, ladies and gentlemen, and out there in the front, holding the guitar is none other than James Flores' Jimmy D. Striking, good-looking man, and right in between them, there's Leo Casil on the drums, and then you've got the guy with the flat top haircut. That's the genius who, along with former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, are going to rebuild the hospitality industry here on Guam. That's Jerry Pierce.
Oh my!
Right?
Wow.
Now I don't know who the fella is on the far left. I'm not sure if that might be one of the Franca's boys or not. Jerry, if you don't mind, fill me in with that name because I want to make sure that everything is complete. I appreciate that. As I said, the Flores family is going to be looking for all kinds of memories. So if you've got pictures on your phone or from way back of you and Jimmy or Jimmy out there somewhere. By all means, find a way to post that up online and let Jimmy, make sure Jimmy and Jolene and Auntie Jack get a chance to see that. Big sister Shelly back in town, and it's always nice when she comes back because you never know what she's going to be bringing me. And what we got here is sriracha packets.
Oh, nice.
Not right?
Sriracha.
Why don't they have that at like every drive-through on Guam? Why don't there every restaurant on Guam should have, here's your ketchup, here's your mustard, here's your relish, here's your sriracha. And that might last me all of about, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 days. 6:47 in the morning. All right, you want to get some traffic up on the screen. Last time I looked at it, there wasn't a whole lot going on, but that was about 45 minutes ago. Let me zoom all the way in and see if we can start to see traffic building up in the usual spots. There's Jigo over by Simon Sanchez up around Anderson Air Force Base, where, I was making a joke the other day about a charcuterie, and I got a note from one of my Air Force buddies. He says, knock that off. Just, you know what? Stop it. We're not doing charcuteries up here. And I said, I'm sorry, you want to get together and talk about it later on? He says, no, I got Glee Club. So, anyway, we've got that's happening. We got a little bit of traffic starting up over at Ukadu Place. 1 and 3 running a little bit busy right now. Looks like it's intersection traffic just about everywhere else. Route 8 on the way into the downtown Agatna area. Expect some delays now at the intersection in front of Cars Plus. A lot of people going in and out of that one at this particular time. And then watch out for a little bit of traffic coming up at Big Navy in Sumai. They are doing the charcuteries this week. It's 6:48 in the morning. That's your right now traffic here on The Point.
Looking to furnish your home? Furniture Cathy Style offers a wide variety of beautiful quality home furnishings at affordable prices. Find the best deals with mattresses starting at $169, sofas as low as $699, bed frames starting at $399, and dining sets starting at $499. Schedule a free design consultation and let us help you create a home you love. Follow us on social media, visit our website at FurnitureCathyStyle.com or call us at 300-9590 for more information. Shop with us today.
At GTA, we continuously develop digital solutions to build resilience for island businesses in need of agility, speed, and stability. Whether you're a home office or large corporation, we have professional services tailored by our GTA Enterprise experts to evolve your business digital transformation. Let the strength and reliability of our network power your business for years to come, and call us today at 671-644-1000. GTA, we start with you.
Wait, on my microphone. Focaccia Fridays. Are you ready for it? Olive Garden, ladies and gentlemen. Starting at 11 o'clock, that's when they open until about 2:30 in the afternoon. Try the new, fresh, lunch-size favorites crafted by our local Olive Garden team. Now available, and they're only on Guam. If you're like in the States where Jerome is, and he walks into an Olive Garden and says, I'd like the shrimp focaccia sandwich combo, they'll look at him like, what? Huh? Well, how about the vegetable focaccia sandwich combo? Can you do that? And they'll go, no. And then he'll go, how about the vegetable focaccia sandwich combo? And they'll just say, Jerome, get out. Get out. That's only on Guam. Try the shrimp focaccia sandwich combo. It's only $13.99. Unlimited homemade soup or the famous house salad. How about you want soup and salad? Add another $4.99. You're good to go. Call 989-0008. Make lunch reservations today for Olive Garden on the first floor of the Tumont Sands Plaza.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
not a frowny face I'm making. I'm just trying to zoom in a little bit on this story on the front page of today's Guam Daily Post. Oh, that might be a frowny face up on the screen. There it is, a picture of Frankenstein, the Frankenstein monster. And it says, vaccine mandates across its chest. And there's Fauci. It says, what are y'all afraid of?
Oh, wow. I thought that was Freeman.
No, that's
okay.
that's the guy. It's Fauci. From whence all good things come, apparently. Number of Guam's COVID-19 hospitalizations increased to 16 on Wednesday from low single digits just weeks ago, and at least 14 were unvaccinated. At least 14. Is that we presume that the other two were vaccinated.
Yeah.
And still got it in the hospital, huh? They need to make that a part of the everyday reporting. I mean, you don't hide that. Don't hide that kind of thing. It's as I said, there's a lot of people running around that have got their vaccination and think that they're immortal, that they are immune from everything: the common cold, the flu, cancer, AIDS, shingles. And running around. And again, my position is I think they're infecting all of the unvaccinated people. That's why there's a surge. We got to 80% of vaccinated people, and that's 80% of the eligible vaccinated, or the adult vaccinated population that are walking around going, "That's it, I'm bulletproof, baby. Nothing can touch me." Except you. Come here, touch me. And in that process, in that exchange, we're hugging now. We're hugging. Everybody, you remember back in the day, we're just bones in. And then when you get the vaccine, we're shaking hands, and there's hugging going on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the casino, you can still get and give the casino COVID-19, even if you're vaccinated. And like I said, I think that's why there's the surge. Now, some people say, oh, no, it's all the military that was here on Guam Bull. And some people are going to say, well, it's maybe because the kids are all back in school. And I will give that. I will suggest that there's something to that. Think about every other when before anybody ever heard of COVID-19, it would be the beginning of the school year. And then places like the IHP and Take Care and all of the clinics on Guam, American Medical, et cetera, they'll all be full of people that got sick from school or got sick from their kids that went to school. Anybody remember pink eye? Before COVID-19, pink eye was the big deal. You get all these kids together in school, and they're playing with their eyes, and they're touching other kids in the face, and then all of a sudden, everybody's got pink eye. And I can see something like that happening now with the numbers of school kids that are getting COVID-19 because they're kids, and they spread crap around like you wouldn't believe. Real Joe, perfect example. Where did Ruckus pick up his boogers?
I have no idea.
You didn't do contact tracing?
No.
We did not do 3-year-old contact tracing?
I mean, I questioned him for a couple hours with a spotlight on him.
He probably wouldn't say anything. It was probably, if there was contact tracing, it's another 3-year-old wrote his name, Ray Gibson, on the paper. Yes. What's your phone number? 888-8255. Don't laugh. People do that. Yeah. I've been to places that I've apparently already been in today because I can see my name. It's 6:54 in the morning. So we got that. Naturally, as the numbers go up and the Cabrera score, whatever that means, is now at 10.4. Oh, no. Double digits. What will we do? What will we do? What's going to happen is there's going to be the narrative, kids, is this is the pandemic of the unvaccinated. So if you've got your vaccination card and you can prove it, probably I don't think there's going to be any restrictions on you. It would surprise me if she went and did Restrictionville for the entire island. I think they're seriously going to be bullying unvaccinated. So if you're unvaccinated, you've got some decisions that you need to make. I'm not going to, and if you decide, you know what, it's just too much crap anymore, and I feel like I want to go to that party at the Tsubaki Tower. So if you have to, I understand. But for me, there's still I got no rush. I don't drink wine. I don't have $190. The two or three hot chicks that are out there that I would have gone for said they don't have $190 either.
Yeah, of course.
So they're not going, which is their way of saying, are you going? Can you buy my tickets?
Hot ones are always broke,
right? God. So anyway, I wouldn't worry about it too much. 888-8255-888-TALK. But as I said, if you decide that you've just had enough and are going to succumb to the bullying, then that's all right. But you know what's going to be interesting? I'm going to ask a question now of all of the vaccinated people. Where's your card?
Oh, yeah.
Where's
your proof?
Where is your proof that you are a vaccinated individual?
Teardrop.
You got your papers? Tattoo
You
teardrop.
get the teardrop, everybody who's vaccinated.
2 teardrops is Moderna or Pfizer, and the 1 teardrop means that you just got the Jensen. That's a question. It's funny because people ask me, knowing I'm not vaccinated, they're like, "Oh my God, I lost my card. What do I do?" And my answer is, you got to go back. You got to go back and get, what do you got there, Monty? You got a picture of your card.
I do.
Yeah, send me a copy of that.
Oh,
Send me that.
nice.
So I can take out your name and put my name.
I refuse.
Did you see in the news where?
No, because people are getting in trouble for doing that.
Right.
Yeah,
Did you see that? There's apparently the Chinese are mass producing COVID-19 cards from the CDC.
Oh, the fakes.
The fakes
Yeah.
and Customs and Quarantine Border Patrol. They're seizing those things where they find them at the market. Forget about meth, man. Your CDC card is the new methamphetamine, baby, because that's going to be your ticket to getting into everywhere that you want to go. Like, you go to the Philippines anymore, Green Hills, you want a Rolex? They got fake Rolex, they got fake Chanel.
Well, see,
and,
but that
fake
raises
CDC
the question
deals.
because a lot of people are saying, put it on your phone, take a picture of it, and then you could have that as your proof when you go around. But then that makes it easy to replicate and hard to check if it's, valid, if there's actually a stamp that's on it, or if it's a copy of it.
Well, didn't we say that when they first started doing this? And I remember when people were, they're posting up pictures of their CDC card, and I'm going, that's it? I got a copier that I rented from. I got a photocopier out in the front that I rent from Phil Letty that can do exactly the same thing.
You raise a good question because I did see somewhere that recommended you scan it and you save it as a PDF on your phone. But even if you do that, there's PDF could be of anything.
So the answer
make it actual. Doesn't authenticate.
You need the Guam seal.
Guam seal. Lou Leon Guerrero's signature. Go stand in front of the lady. Go cha-cha slide with her, and she'll sign your piece of paper.
Your vaccination card along with 3 references
that
don't live with you.
going to be headed in that direction. Actually, no. What they're going to come up with, we're going to find a simple yet elegant way to do this. They're going to say, "Well, make an app. We'll put it on an app on your phone." But not everybody has the phones.
We can get those scars like we used to get when we get our, what was that
booster.
shot?
They call it a booster shot.
There'll be the subcutaneous chip.
Inoculation.
It'll be in the next in your booster shot. They're going to say, well, you know what? Here's just a little chip. We're going to install this chip inside of you, and it'll have all of your inoculation records. Even going back to your measles, mumps, rubella from when you were a little kid, it will have your entire record in there on this chip. And for every update or booster that we're going to have, it will update itself when you've got the new inoculation. The technology is very easy. It's devilishly uncomplicated, and I suspect that's what's going to be happening next. 7 o'clock in the morning, the radio station KUSG. I got you plenty more to talk about, and dying to hear what you have got to say about current events and more. We'll get caught up on current events with Fox News Live. That's next. Montecillo Tyron with the look at all the big stories that we're talking about on and off the air. The off-air conversation's almost as much fun as what we're talking about on the air. Wish you could tune in for those. And Jerry Roberts has got the extra point. We'll take a look at what's happening on the market and spend some time with John Fernandez in the next hour of the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 KUSG. I got you. This is The Point.
A long way to go in Afghanistan. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. The Pentagon reports about 2,000 evacuated in the past 24 hours, but they're aiming for over 5,000 per day.
Each C-17 took off today with about 180 people per flight, far fewer than that heroic Air Force loadmaster and pilot who packed 640 onto one C-17 on Sunday.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon. So far, about 7,000 have been evacuated in all. The State Department says another 6,000 are at the Kabul airport, processed and ready to go. But the Pentagon says there's no current plan to expand the U.S. security perimeter outside the airport. Another state issues a vaccine mandate for teachers.
On Wednesday, Washington's governor announced a vaccine mandate for all staff at schools K through 12 with no allowance to opt out by agreeing to get tested weekly. Thursday, Oregon's governor Kate Brown made the same announcement. All school staff must be vaccinated by October 18th or 6 weeks after full FDA approval all of the vaccines, whichever's later.
COVID-19 poses a threat to our kids. Our kids need to be protected, and they need to be in school. And that's why I'm willing to take the heat for this decision.
Masks will also be required at schools indoors. The state has a vaccine mandate already for state employees and healthcare workers.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. The Delta variant surging daily COVID cases in the U.S. back over 100,000, nearly 625,000 deaths in the Johns Hopkins count now. 3 U.S. senators fully vaccinated report breakthrough infections today. Roger Wicker of Mississippi, Angus King of Maine, and Colorado's John Hickenlooper. A white woman from Iowa gets more prison time for a racist hit-and-run attack trying to kill 2 children with her SUV. She's been already sentenced to up to 25 years for attempted murder, now another 25 years on hate crimes charges. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger licking good.
A man from North Carolina is in custody in D.C. after an hours-long bomb scare ended with a peaceful surrender.
This started around 9:15 in the morning when that suspect, who had been live streaming what he was thinking about doing, going up to the Library of Congress, which is right outside the U.S. Capitol, parking his vehicle, making it clear to police who approached his vehicle that he had a bomb and that he was ready to make sure that they knew it. Obviously, that investigation is still going to take some time to figure out what his potential motives were going to be. He had been live streaming some of his political thoughts. The police almost indicating they had gone through some personal trauma recently. As to what charges he's going to face, that is still to be determined.
Fox's Mark Meredith in Washington. The suspect, identified as 49-year-old Floyd Roseberry. Multiple streets and buildings near the Capitol were evacuated during that standoff. New U.S. sanctions on 3 Cuban nationals, including the chief of the Central Army and a deputy chief in the armed forces. The Treasury Department announcing the sanctions under a program targeting human rights abuses and corruption. One university's back-to-school tradition sparks coronavirus concerns.
The University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, tweeting photos showing hundreds of students waiting in line to drink from a campus water fountain, part of a back-to-school tradition. Critics are calling it irresponsible amid the pandemic. One tweets, "You couldn't just find a couple paper cups for this?" In a statement to Raleigh's The News and Observer, UNC says it consulted with public health experts who agreed the tradition was fine to proceed, citing little to no evidence of surface transmission of the coronavirus, adding students were encouraged to wear masks while waiting. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
A choppy day on Wall Street. The Dow ending down 66 points off session lows. The Nasdaq and the S&P gaining ground. Oil prices tumbled below $63 a barrel, but then got back over 64. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his Smile Team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his Smile Team.
They make smiles happen.
Pastrami is back at Subway. Pepper-crusted beef layered with crispy pickles, mustard, and melted provolone cheese. Nothing comes close to the pleasure of sinking your teeth into that chewy, juicy, well-seasoned pastrami. It's happiness in a sub. Head down to the nearest Subway restaurant and satisfy your craving for the deli perfection that is pastrami. Subway. Eat fresh. Pastrami sub is available to all Subway locations on Guam and Saipan, including NCS, for a limited time only.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Montesova Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Police are investigating a crash yesterday on Marine Corps Drive up in Jigo. The accident is said to have injured several people, 2 of which were sent to the hospital. Actually, 3 were sent to the hospital. A woman was said to be transported to GRMC with CPR en route, and officials said that there was a male individual who was not conscious or unresponsive at the scene, while a minor was taken and it was listed in stable condition. Again, the crash under investigation. The condition of the victims not known this morning. Meanwhile, police looking for 2 men who were involved in a shooting that took place on Wednesday in Harmon. The shooting sent 1 man to the hospital. Police say that the suspects, identified as 27-year-old Jensen Delvis and 31-year-old Justin Michael Duenas, both said to believed to be armed with a handgun, were last seen leaving the scene of the crime at 11 a.m. on Wednesday. Anyone with information on either of these individuals should call the Guam Police Department or Crime Stoppers. Meanwhile, the governor is expected to make an announcement sometime today on possible restrictions that could be implemented as a result of the recent rise in COVID cases. 82 people were added to the total count on Wednesday out of 1,056 people who were tested. 31 of those cases identified through contact tracing, while 2 people reported recent travel. Our total now is at 9,200, 412 people in active isolation, and the CAR score this morning is listed at being 10.4. We'll have more news right after this.
Leah Dunca from Security Title here with a little information about trusts. A trust is a legal entity capable of owning property. It can protect property from issues such as lawsuits or divorce and can be used to distribute property and avoid probate. Many trusts start as revocable but become irrevocable when the initial trustees die. Work with your estate planning attorney to see if a trust is a good fit for your family property. Call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Now, there are more people being tested positive, and at the Department of Education, they're counting more students. 7 new students have been added to the list of students testing positive for COVID, along with 1 employee. DOE confirms that the students are all separate cases, one at Carbolito, another at Liguan Elementary, FB Leon Guerrero, Untalon Middle School, and Atticao, as well as JFK, and the employee is at Untalon Middle School. The Archdiocese also confirms that 3 Catholic school students also tested positive at Bishop Baumgartner, St. Francis, and Dominican Catholic School in Jigo. All of the close contacts are being identified and will have to stay in isolation until they're cleared to go back to school. Meanwhile, the drive-through testing continues up at Tidzin, and that will be from 8 a.m. until noon today and tomorrow, with 400 tests offered. Vaccination clinics also available at the Micronesia Mall, at the Northern Clinic today, and at the University of Guam. They'll have a drive-through clinic for GovGuam employees. And the governor has acted on the 2 bills that were sent her way that would have dealt with the RISE Act, the governor vetoing both Bill 75 and 164. This while she says that the Department of Revenue Tax is also ready to begin issuing applications starting September 1st for the RISE Act. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Which is written on the back of one of these CDC COVID-19 vaccination cards. It's true. Partly cloudy skies and isolated showers. Winds out of the east, 10 to 15 miles an hour. Daytime highs today loaded up around 88 degrees. With a heat index, it'll feel like 94 degrees. Beautiful this morning. I walked outside and was almost blinded by being able to see all of the stars in the sky. 0 clouds out there. So that leads me to believe that today is going to be a gorgeous day. Please take advantage of it. There could be some craptacular weather coming up over the next couple of days. The forecast for tomorrow calls for only partly sunny skies, isolated showers and thunderstorms. Mostly cloudy skies returning by Saturday night through Sunday night. So today could be the only good grill marks day that you're going to get. Skates today. I'm thinking roller skates and 1970s roller skating derby shorts.
Oh, yeah.
And a nickname like the Fabulous Moolah. Sunrise this morning was at 6:08. Sunset tonight is at 6:39. And I've got some images of last night's sunset. Pretty Sarita Garin went someplace and looking for the green flash. I told you it was going to be nice. I told you yesterday it was going to be nice. I didn't have a chance to watch. I was binge watching something on television, and it occurred to me while I was watching this in real time. It's a Marco Polo on Netflix. I'd watched it before and never really paid that much attention to it. But one of the things that I did notice when I was watching the movie is just how many boobs there are in it. And I don't mean the actors, but in particular. So and it didn't occur to me until I was watching the beginning credits of another episode. It was a Weinstein feature. Remember Harvey Weinstein, the guy.
The guy.
Hashtag Me Too.
Yeah,
is the dude. So that's why I missed the sunset last night. I was researching some of the Sekebe, what's his name, Harvey Weinstein TV shows on Netflix. 7:12 in the morning. So Sarita sent me this one. There's another one here, and I'm trying to figure out how she got that Weston logo up in the sky. Look at that. Didn't it?
Maybe that's a glass. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that could be.
Might.
But it looks like the tonight's sunset sponsored by the West End, ladies and gentlemen. Who is the big sponsor for tonight's sunset? Be out there in Epal Beach and find out for yourself. It's 7:12 in the morning. That's news and weather together here on The Point.
At GTA, we continuously develop digital solutions to build resilience for island businesses in need of agility, speed, and stability. Whether you're a home office or large corporation, we have professional services tailored by our GTA enterprise experts to evolve your business digital transformation. Let the strength and reliability of our network power your business for years to come, and call us today at 671-644-1000. GTA, we start with you.
Mescla, read all about it. Check out Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Tucumán for lunch. Serving up some savory seafood specials such as spicy garlic shrimp, candied salmon, or better yet, the local favorite, snapper or shrimp escabeche. Available only during lunch hours. Make sure to come down and try these tasty specials and more. Call 969-2652 for more info or to make a reservation. Located at the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tucumán, Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. A true taste of Guam.
Right. So we're all trying to hear in the studio, trying to figure out whether you're saying salmon correctly in that. Is it salmon or salmon?
Salmon.
I'm looking to see how much money you could win if you pulled in the biggest salmon in this weekend's Greg Perez International Sports Fishing Derby. Might still be time to sign up. It's $150 for a captain and one member of the crew, and it is going to take place this weekend, starting tomorrow, 6 a.m. until 6 p.m. And I love this. It doesn't cost you a whole lot of money to get in, but there's this monster cash prize for you, a special prize, the world record first entry in first person to get a marlin greater than 1,153 pounds will win $50,000 in cash. You think there's a 1,200 pound marlin out there in the ocean?
Yeah, maybe one or two.
Might be worth catching here. All right, 7:14 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by the team over at Nissan Guam. Want to get you into a brand new car? Conquer the summer? Forget about that. We're going to conquer the entire year with a brand new ride from my friends over at Nissan. What kind of ride do you want? May I suggest the Rogue? You're like rogue individuals, aren't you? We're rugged. We're resilient. Go and test drive one of those today. How about the Nissan Kicks? They got one of those things. Super desirable, hackable. You got a young person in the house. They might want that to be their very first ride. So go and test drive that. Take a look at it. And remember, your good credit going to get you 1.99% APR, 0 down payment, and plenty more. Terms and conditions apply. And ask them about the intelligent mobility feature that you will only find at Nissan.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
o'clock in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. Telephone number here on the point here. My name is Ray. Thrilled to be here with you as usual on just Friday morning, right? No frowny face Fridays, although it's possible that depending on the disposition of our next caller, there might be some frowny face in here. Andy's on the line. Good morning, Andy.
Hey, good morning, Ray, and good morning, the rest of the crew.
Good to have you online here this morning. What's keeping you awake all day?
Hey, just normal life stuff, man, and always love listening to the Ray Gibson show in the morning.
Thanks.
But you're right. Last night there was some gnashing of teeth after I was reading that crazy article about the governor restarting lockdowns. What's going on in this island, man?
There's bedwetting and twitching, yeah?
Yeah, there's so much bedwetting and twitching. It's craziness. And those guys over at DPHSS, they are crazy. Listen, if they would get to the business of public health, maybe we can start talking about how to move our island out of this we're chronically sick category into some kind of healthy living concept. But instead, they're worried about paper from China that's fake. I mean, come on, Ray, what's going on?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the whole idea is COVID-19. There is nothing that existed before COVID-19. There's only COVID-19 now, and there will only be COVID-19 in the future. I agree with you. You start talking about the public health requirements of Guam. Let's take a look at where we are with diabetes. Let's take a look at where we are with heart conditions, respiratory issues that people all over the place have got. The bright side of COVID-19 is that it got a lot of people a little bit more woke about their personal health, which is why the sidewalks are crowded down in Tumon. Virtually everybody has bought every bike there is that they had over at the inventory over at Hornet. That's all good news. That is all good news, but I think that needs to be more of a focus and less on COVID-19, which you and I agree is endemic here.
Absolutely. That's the concept here, is that this virus is now endemic to our island. It's endemic to the world. This is just like the flu. This is just like now the common cold. You're going to hear people gnashing their teeth that I said it's just like the common cold. They're already pulling their hair out right now hearing me say that. But that's the reality, right? And so when we start talking about these people having to get vaccines every 8 months, the CDC just said those that are immunocompromised are now going to get a third shot of the Pfizer or Moderna. Guess what? It's never going to end. It's never going to be an end of the goalpost. We're never going to have victory over COVID. It's leaders like Felix Cabrera, it's leaders like Luan Guerrero that don't have the guts to say what's really going on our island. Guess what, folks out there in Radio Land? Virus is here on Guam. Your neighbors have had it. Your neighbors are going to get it. The best thing that you can do is stay healthy, be active, lose some weight, and goodness gracious, take care of each other. Let's stop acting like savages. What is going on?
Well, you know me. I personally like acting like a savage. And I'll beep you and let you know where you and I might be able to savage it out tonight, all right?
Okay, buddy. You have a great one. I'll listen to the rest of the show. Tell everybody there hello for me.
You know I will, and I'll talk to you later. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. 719. We'll get Jerry Roberts' thoughts on the previous caller here in just a second. But in the meantime, we'll take a look at and see what happened on the markets here. See where we all are. I never bothered looking at it yesterday. We were so excited about the price of gasoline going down by 12 cents. Woo-hoo-hoo, that was it, man. That was the whole victory. We'll scare those numbers up for you in just a second. Those of you that have got your eye on the possibility of doing some kind of business involving marijuana, on the 17th of September, there is a virtual seminar entitled Marijuana Hits the Shores of Guam and the CNMI. And you would think it sounds like a warning, doesn't it? But this actually comes from the folks over at the District Court and the Guam Bar Association. They'll talk about, will the marijuana industry help or harm the tourism industry? What are the risks and benefits? What revenues can be generated in the medical and recreational marijuana business? What legal issues will lawyers face when representing business, consumers, and government regulators? And what are the criminal, banking, and tax bankruptcy consequences of being in the marijuana game right now with the rules as they are set up? They got Dan Collins, who is a judge with the U.S. Bankruptcy Court. This guy might be vital to have around here anyway in these days here. 20 after 7 o'clock in the morning. I'll get you more details on that before too much longer. All right, here's the big numbers. S&P 500 picks up 5 points. Woohoo! They're at 4405. The NASDAQ up by 15 points, 14,054, 541. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average loses 66 points. So a mixed closing. They got 34,894. All the other Asian markets, ugly. Got the FTSE off by 110. Nikkei off by 340. 404. Hang Seng hanging low of 550 points. Even the Shanghai and the DAX are off here today. So not a great trading day on the markets. Is it some hangover with Afghanistan? Looming over everybody? Is it Delta? Is it the Delta variety that's hanging over the markets here this morning, or is it just as will happen from time to time, just a lousy day on the markets? We'll take a look at that if we have to a little bit later on. Taking a look at some of the other numbers on the commodities. Oil trading at $63.86. That's off by over $1.50 for West Texas crude. So happily, the numbers seem to be moving in the opposite direction. You're gonna ask me for Tapas, and I didn't look it up yet. I'll do it while you're doing your due. Gold at $1,782. They're off by just under $2 for an ounce of gold. Those of you that are trading in silver, $23.22 for an ounce of all of that stuff. You would think with all of the conversation, and you hear this in the talk radio overnight shows, they're talking about, well, they're printing up a whole lot of money in the Federal Reserve, blah, 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 and we're going to unprecedented times for inflation. And if you'd like a hedge against inflation, you need to put it into the old standbys of gold and silver. Yeah. But gold's off by $2 and silver's off by 20 cents. Are we sure about putting all of our money in gold and silver? Yeah. Head for the hills. 722. I'll get up the Tapas numbers while Jerry's taking care of the extra point. How about Jerry? My buddy Andy.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I think he's right. I follow 2 or 3 doctors online, and all of them, by the way, promote the vaccinations. And they suggest that if that's where you want to go, you should. If you want to do it, you do it. But they do promote. They say that there's benefits to it. So they're all saying kind of the same thing that Andy did, and the same thing that Singapore has decided upon. That we're heading towards a period where this is going to become the common cold, quote unquote, because it's simply going to get beyond the areas of worry. I mean, you're going to get people that are vaccinated. You're going to have people that are unvaccinated. And eventually, the virus will have fewer targets through natural immunity and through the vaccine immunity. And it's heading in that direction now, and it's not too far away.
Talk to Macris. Macris says we were there in October.
Well, maybe
just kind of a blip in the radar. And as I said, I believe in my heart that I am correct on this. It's the vaccinated that are making the unvaccinated sick. Everybody, before 3 weeks ago, before we crossed over that herd immunity threshold that Adeloop seems and DPHSS seems to have forgotten now. Before we crossed over that, everybody was just a thumb. We're just going to bones each other. We're not shaking hands. We're not hugging anymore. We're not congregating anymore. All of a sudden, those restrictions have been lifted. People are a little bit more confident because they have been vaccinated and might be spreading it around a little bit more.
Yeah. I was online last night. This guy, Z-Dog.
Yeah, you told me about him,
a big following. And he's an MD, and he's been following this for the last year and a half or so. And he's got a big community, and a lot of them are doctors. And I had somebody respond to me last night because I asked him some direct questions. And I said, look, because he came out with a video and said, every time you catch this, the reinfections, your immunity builds the same way it would build through booster shots. And he says, while getting a vaccine is fine, he says, okay, and it adds a little bit of an extra layer of protection. The natural protection you get from the reinfections. How many times you had a common cold in your life?
Gazillion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Every time you get the common cold, which is a coronavirus, right? You add a little bit more immunity. So I mean, it's not something you worry about anymore. And over time, how many ever years it's been since the common cold virus has been out there, eons and eons, we've developed a different kind of immunity to it. And the same thing goes for influenza. So there are booster shots. But the idea is for the flu, every year there's a flu shot, right? Every time you get the flu, you add another little layer of immunity to it.
Well, as Macris was
saying, that's how you
saying,
get to endemic.
And we're going to have to live with it. And he reminded me about the shot that Mon and I got from the the pretty curly-haired doctor over at IHP. And that one, we just call it the flu shot. But he says what we were really getting was the Spanish flu shot. It is the long continuum from that 100-year-old virus.
It's still here.
And we just don't call it that anymore. It just is. This is interesting. My friend Denise sent it to me. Actually, this is the most recent version that has been sent to me. A bill to direct the Secretary of Homeland Security to ensure that any individual traveling on a flight that departs from or arrives to an airport in the United States or territory of the U.S. is fully vaccinated against COVID-19. And for other purposes. That's where it gets scary when they start saying "and for other purposes." But what they're saying is Homeland Security is going to direct the TSA now to ensure that everybody flying in and everybody flying out is fully vaccinated.
Are there some domestic flights or just international flights?
All flights. All to and it's not a long bill. The Secretary of Homeland Security, acting through the administrator of the TSA, shall take such actions as are necessary to ensure that any individual traveling on a flight that departs from or arrives to an airport inside the United States or territory of the U.S. is fully vaccinated. So
it'll never happen.
So international flights into and out of the United States, domestic flights around the United States, everybody has to be fully vaccinated.
Never happened.
To the degree that you don't think it's ever going to happen, this is where it becomes concerning to me. Is TSA, Department of Homeland Security? I thought they were, terrorists, trying to keep their eye out for terrorists, other threats, external threats, internal threats to the community. Is what they're saying is unvaccinated people now are the new terrorists? Under watch by TSA, under watch by the Department of Homeland Security?
Mass hysteria, mass stupidity, mass whatever you want to call it. If they try to implement that to where you can't get on a plane anymore.
Yep.
As a result of that, we're talking. I mean, you may say, well, they can do what they want to do. The airlines can, I suppose. But it's going to be a court case. And it's going to just be a massive issue.
$69.38. That's where Tapas is, Jerry Roberts. About time. It's not enough for them to drop anything. It was maybe 65.
I think it went up.
It is up, absolutely, by a little bit. Anyway, 7:27 in the morning.
Before we do this, and I've got a couple extra minutes, and we may have to go to the other side of 7:30. I did want to say a couple of things. And one of those is congratulations to Mike Benito and the Calvo family.
Ah, yes.
For coming out yesterday, okay, with a dose of sanity, when they said right here on the Ray Gibson show, they're going to sell groceries to unvaccinated people.
Woohoo!
And they're not going to take the bait on this thing. I mean, they and they follow science. They do. I mean, the grocery stores are immaculate.
Yep.
They take care of them.
Still 6 foot distancing. They didn't pick up the
sanitary.
Yeah.
I mean, they got the little strips when you walk in. You can clean your hands off. They have the hand sanitizer. They have the temperature checkers. They do the 6 feet. I mean, they clean the belts. Mm-hmm. What are those things called? The checkout
conveyor
line.
Things,
the conveyor belt thing. They clean it after every customer. I mean, they just go to the extreme to make sure that the place is sanitary and ready for customers. But not only will they not, will they still sell groceries to people that are unvaccinated? They're not mandating their own employees to get the vaccine. What they've done is they facilitated anybody who wanted to get a vaccine. They can do it right there at their pharmacy. So, I mean, this is a company that is right at the forefront of how to do it. I encourage any business on the island who's unsure of what to do. Look at Payless and what they're doing with regard to the coronavirus. Model their thinking and model their actions. Don't go where the government is trying to send you. The government has only one goal in mind: vaccinate everybody, period. It has nothing to do with human immune systems anymore, has nothing to do with any precautions anymore, it has nothing to do with treatments anymore. It has only to do with vaccinations. I mean, it's a one-trick pony. Vaccinate, 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 and it's going to be that way forever. So look at Payless. Chamber of Commerce has to get on this. Guam Contractors, GHRA, the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce, all of the organizations that deal with supporting and benefiting companies on the island and employers need to get together now, and maybe a summit of some kind. Do the science. Get in there and find a consensus that you're comfortable with and help all of your companies do this so that they're following a sane and safe approach to this and not one that turns people away.
I'll take it a step further. Stand up to Adelup. Stand up to ADLOOP and the Department of Public Health and Social Service. These physicians advisory groups don't walk in the same path you do. They don't wear the same shoes that you do. You need to stand up to them. When they come to you and say, we strongly encourage, whatever that means, you guys to only allow vaccinated people into your businesses, say, no, thank you, because when your business goes down the tubes, they ain't going to be there for you.
Yeah, there's no science behind taking the unvaccinated and putting them aside and not serving. There's no science behind that. Because if there was, they would step forward and show the science.
Who else did you want to do a shout out to?
Our friend Jimmy D.
Our friend.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, sad.
What a great showman.
Great showman, great promoter. I mean, and Jimmy was always a positive guy. I mean, he was always selling something. He was a great salesman, but the idea when he saw Jimmy coming, he was going to try to sell you on something, an idea or a promotion or something.
Sure.
But he was always positive. You never heard the negative word coming out of his mouth. And I mean, he was, and obviously, a terrific entertainer.
Oh, and a hands-on guy.
Hands-on.
This a guy because he got all these things, right? All this music, and then we went from cassettes and CDs and things like that. He used to duplicate them in the backyard. He had all of the stuff. He had studio equipment. He had computers all over the place, and he had replication devices. So he was a one-man band when it came to that, and he didn't like other people being in control of something if he could be in control. I remember it was 1982, 1983. A guy comes in and he was going to do a recording for a promotion that we were doing, one of his clubs or one of his shows, and he looks over and he says, okay, I need a little bit of reverb on this, and when the music comes in, can you give it up at this level, let it ride for a second, and then I'm going to come in. I mean, he knew exactly how he wanted himself to sound, and I was just going to press the button on the record and walk out the room, but he was no, you're going to help me produce this, son, and it was just a terrific guy, biased a little bit because his son Jimmy and I were classmates since they first came back to Guam.
Oh, really?
Yeah, from back in the day. I think you were on the radio when Jimmy D first came back to Guam and played that song.
He brought us the album. Yeah. The first song. Yeah.
Well, and then, Mana and I were talking yesterday, and Mana says, the first superstar I ever met. And some people would take that as with a little bit of tongue in cheek, right? But actually, the guy did some amazing collaborations. In 1981, there was a song that he did with a rising Filipina superstar named Becca Godinez, and the song is called "Lost."
Fabulous.
And that was, I was doing a all-night disc jockey show at KUAM back in the time, and like all of them, there was a countdown, and that was #1 for a month. Everybody couldn't get enough of Jimmy D and Becca. She eventually went on to marry somebody famous. I want to say Terry Jacks or something like that. Another big 70s superstar.
But just a fabulous piece of music, and he was just a terrific guy.
He was. Speaking of terrific, folks, Montesilva Tyron's got your terrific 7:30 news right now being brought to you by Burger King. And is it Friday? It is. Just a couple of days away from Drive-Thru Monday. Every Monday in August, every 10th car gets a free fire-grilled Whopper coupon. So check that out, the drive-thru over at Burger King. Lolita Kamen of Remax Diamond Realty brings you the 7:30 news. Call her for your real estate needs. See if you can get yourself into a condo for less than $350,000. She might know a couple of people. And if there's bugs in the condo when you get there, Ken and Karen over at Top End Pest Control can take care of it. 487-5657. Now with all the news, here's Montesilva Tyron.
The governor's expected to call a news conference sometime today where she's expected to announce possibly restrictions that will be implemented to address the recent rise in COVID cases. The governor's physician advisory group's been clamoring for some additional restrictions, and the governor is likely to call for smaller group gatherings. An executive order also expected to be signed. This while there are 82 new cases of COVID out of the latest 1,056 people to be tested on Wednesday. 31 of those cases were contact traced, while 2 had recent travel. Our total now is at 9,200. 412 people in active isolation. There are 16 in the hospital with 2 in intensive care, one of those on a ventilator. The CAR score, if you're following, is at 10.4 today. Those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I got you, 7:34 in the morning. Now Jerry Roberts is going to walk us into the extra point. Make it a good one, Jerry, because it's got to last all the way until Monday.
I'll try.
All right, there we go.
Today, you want to do the...
Oh, I didn't do that yet?
You didn't do it.
It's being brought to you by our friends over at Guahan Insurance Services and the team over at First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
Today, 14 quotations on the topic of freedom. That's next on the Extra Point.
Technology is the great connector. It puts songs in your pocket, connects long-lost friends, and has made the world easier, faster, and smarter. And now, First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app can help you do the same with your money. Whether you want real-time financial tracking with MoneyMap or tailored advice on your personal finances with daily insights, we're giving you the power to connect to your finances from anywhere, like never before. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
A homeowner's policy protects much more than just your house. It also protects you against claims from someone being hurt on your property. If a visitor is injured at your place, how much are you covered for? The smart thing to do is get the answer today.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
What does freedom mean to you? Maybe you'll think about that as you hear the words of others who have spoken about freedom. Number one, we the people are the rightful masters of both Congress and the courts, not to overthrow the Constitution, but to overthrow the men who pervert the Constitution. President Abraham Lincoln. 2, there is only one decision you need to make. You are either working at your freedom or you are accepting your bondage. Author Robert Adams. 3, former Senate Chaplain Peter Marshall said this, may we think of freedom not as the right to do as we please, but as the opportunity to do what is right. 4, freedom is the sure possession of those alone who have the courage to defend it. Greek statesman Pericles. 5, most people do not really want freedom because freedom involves responsibility, and most people are frightened of responsibility. Neurologist and later psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud. Social philosopher Eric Hoffer has number 6. The basic test of freedom is perhaps less in what we are free to do than in what we are free not to do. 7, freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. 8, people demand freedom of speech as a compensation for the freedom of thought which they seldom use. Ouch. Danish philosopher and theologian Soren Kierkegaard. Number 9, shout it from the mountain on out to the sea. No two ways about it. People have to be free. Ask me my opinion. My opinion will be natural situation for a man to be free. The Rascals, 1968. Number 10, the rights of every man are diminished when the rights of one man are threatened. President John F. Kennedy. 11, President James A. Garfield said the truth will set you free, but first, it will make you miserable. Number 12, don't regard yourself as a guardian of freedom unless you respect and preserve the rights of people you disagree with. American physicist Gerard K. O'Neill. 13, author W. Somerset Maugham said, if a nation values anything more than freedom, it will lose its freedom. And the irony of it is that if it is comfort or money that it values more, it's going to lose that too. Number 14, French novelist Marcel Proust said this, as long as men are free to ask what they must, free to say what they think, free to think what they will, freedom can never be lost, and science can never regress. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
It's 7:39 in the morning. Boy, you listen to that and some great freedom quotes in there. Somebody might be under the impression, Jerry Roberts, that you are concerned about freedom and certain, petty tyrants in our midst that might be retooling and reconfiguring and redefining freedom.
Freedom. Yes, sir.
There's one. I'll leave this up on the screen for a couple of minutes while we're getting into the commercials. The freedoms you surrender today are the freedoms your grandchildren will never know existed.
Wow.
It's 7:39.
Becoming a homeowner can be a scary process, but it doesn't have to be, especially if you have the right guidance. Break through your fears and go to a real estate professional that will ensure a higher chance of success. That person is Lolita Cammett of RE/MAX Diamond Realty. Lolita also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. Don't be afraid. Call Lolita Cammett from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified. Serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
Burger King's got a breakfast classic made for a king. French toast sandwiches are back with sweet French toast and your choice of sausage, bacon, or ham, plus our new buttery maple spread. Top this off with our crispy hash browns and a hot brewed cafe. Treat yourself like the king you are for breakfast with the French toast sandwich. Served every day during breakfast hours, 6:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. Please wear your mask and practice social distancing. Your way better. BK Tumon Bay, Hagåtña, and the Micronesia Mall.
7:41 in the morning. And just getting word here, Democrats promise to make sure every American stuck in Afghanistan will receive a mail-in ballot. So
nice.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. You'll still be able to vote for Joe Biden in the next presidential race here. 7:41. Actually, that's from the Babylon Bee. And
yeah.
And the point that I'm going to make here is, like Real Joe, sometimes he's in social media, sometimes he's not in social media. They have been clamping down on the Babylon Bee, which is a total satire site, like the Onion. But they've been cracking down on them, and so I don't get paid any extra to say this. But if you think the Babylon Bee is cutting edge, funny, satirical, which is still, protected by the Constitution as we know it today, you might want to go to the babylonbee.com and subscribe, so at least you get them in the emails, because trust me, something like that is probably not going to fly too wide on the internet. 7:42 in the morning, and we'll take a look at what's happening in traffic right now. Let me get this up on your screen so you can see just how ugly central and northern Guam roads are right now. As the usual, up in Jigo, and you know what? A lot of people are saying, well, that's because of schools, right? That's because of the construction. You know what it is? It's all the people getting ready to go to Post Canteen tonight to see if they might win $1,200+ in their big drawing that's going to be taking place about 7 o'clock tonight. Otherwise, we got traffic up and down into Ipao and Waiseng Song. We got traffic. Doesn't look like it's as busy over at Ukadu as it was earlier this hour. Traffic from Route 3 on a Marine Corps Drive running a little bit busy, and it's slow all the way to the Micronesia Mall. Might as well pull into the Micronesia Mall and check out what Take Care's got going on about 11 o'clock tomorrow. Up and from Atacao all the way to Marine Corps Drive. Expect some delays through there. 8, 10, and 16, ugly right now. 10 and 15, ugly. 4 and 10, not ugly, but I wouldn't go on a date with it. We've got the rest of the traffic on Route 4 getting into the downtown Hagåtña area. Expect some delays through there. And as usual, Big Navy in Sumai starting to run a little bit busy here this morning. It's 7:43. There's your right now traffic on the point.
The more you buy, the more you save for the whole month of August at Furniture Kathy Style. We just received a huge shipment of area rugs, all 30% off from now until the end of the month. Furnish your home at great discount and take advantage of our amazing deals for this month. If you're not buying furniture from us, you're paying too much. Stop by our showroom or visit our website at FurnitureKathyStyle.com. To shop with us today, contact us at 671-300-9590 or on social media for more information.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Now, that's what I'm bringing. There's a group of people getting together tomorrow at a secret undisclosed location, and we're all freedom lovers. And they said, well, we're freedom lovers, but we're going to be hungry. So what are you bringing? And I said, KFC. And they said, yes, you can continue to come. Buckets of chicken. How do you like yours? Extra crispy, regular? Huh? Baked, we can do that any way you want, to all the great and delicious sides. And the fun thing is, I don't even have to go get it. I don't even have to go. They'll deliver it to me at my secret, undisclosed, freedom-loving location, 300 FAST. That's all you got to remember for your next dinanya. The governor on state-run media says we're watching it closely. We're looking at maybe some options that we could put in place to better protect the community. We're meeting to go over some of the data and, guided by CDC guidelines, as you know, and as the public knows, we'll be meeting with our COVID-19 team, and we'll go from there. And part of the conversation is not so much to make some changes to our condition of readiness as much as to require entrance only to those that are vaccinated. I'm looking at mitigation efforts. For example, the discussion is like, maybe for bars, only entrance to those who are vaccinated, things like that. There's a sign. I was at a place recently, big sign up in the front says, "We reserve the right to refuse service to anybody." But apparently we also includes the government of Guam. Oh, wow. It's not the business's decision anymore. We've taken that out from under you. No. The governor reserves the right for you to reserve reserve service for anybody. There's a whole new thing here. And it's amazing to me that people are on board with that idea. Do you not like my money? Is that what it is? Do you not like when me and my friends come into your place and literally it's $100 a head on food and drinks and goofing off? It make it sound like it's just poor people that are unvaccinated, right? The poor. Dr. Sam Friedman says we're unemployed and flaked out most of the time. So yeah, they're not going to miss my money.
Listen to Fox News, man.
Yeah, I'm a Fox News guy. 7:46 in the morning, 888-825-5880-TALK. To what degree is that going to be impacting kids in the schools? Is that John Fernandez? That's my buddy, John Fernandez, the superintendent of the Department of Education. Morning, John. How you doing? How's that first week of school treating you?
Wow, it feels like a first month of school, but.
Oh my God!
I have to say, before I get started, I'm just amazed. When I turned it on, I heard Soren Kierkegaard quoted on your Ray Gibson show here. So, Jerry's taking it to another level. But I do want to say something about last week or last time we talked. Jerry mentioned something, and I thought it was great. And really, it's the whole notion that we have to, as a community, get ourselves out of this pandemic. It's not going to be DOE or the government or anybody else. We all have to work together as a community to do what we need to do to get through this pandemic. So I'm just saying that because over the last week, as you've heard, we've seen cases. We've got about 22 cases now in the DOE public schools that we have reported and are tracking. And for the most part, as far as we can determine, working with public health, none of them have come from the school. It's all coming from outside in the community. And so, a lot of people are really concerned, and we're very concerned about, whether or not any of this will spread and how we can contain any spread. But, what we're seeing at the schools really reflects, what's happening outside of the schools. And so it's really important that we monitor what's going on, that we stay safe, not just in the schools, but out at homes and in the community, just so we can try to keep schools open for students this year.
Well, for just discussion purposes, I think we've named it COVID-19, but you've been in the school system long enough to know that the beginning of the school year, after the kids have been out getting cuisine from everywhere else over the summer, they all get back together into a school setting and start spreading around whatever it is that they've picked up. That's nothing new, and the department certainly knows how to handle it. I was delighted to see yesterday in one of the news stories where there are no plans to shut down any schools or send kids home, and I'm delighted to see that. And I know the parents are happy to see that lack of overreaction on your part. Having said that, though, what steps are you taking, John Fernandez, to ensure the safety of the school system, not just for the kids, but for the staff and the faculty?
Well, I think, Ray, that really the strategies that have been employed in DOE are just multiple layers of strategies.
Yes.
So, I think the face mask, I know it might be controversial in other areas, but face mask use hasn't been a real issue for students and teachers. We've seen some, cases here and there that we've got to remind kids or teachers to make sure they keep their masks on, just to be compliant with the executive order. But really, it's that, it's the hand sanitizing, it's the cleaning of surfaces. Physical distancing is typically good to go in the classroom. A little more challenging out in the common areas, but the idea is that you have multiple layers of safety measures put in place so that together they work to minimize the chance of spread of the virus. Now, again, I just want to distinguish. We expected to see cases show up at the doorsteps of our schools, because the case numbers are high in the community. What we're watching for is to make sure that it doesn't spread. And so far, as we're looking at the data, and as we get more data, we haven't seen any indication of an index case, someone who's positive, transmitting it to another student or an employee. And that's good to know. I mean, that's good, and that's what we're working from. That's our job, to keep it from spreading. But we know that the cases are out there in the community. So if we find someone who is positive, we take those immediate steps and responses to ensure that we prevent the risk of spread.
John Fernandez on the line talking about what steps they're taking in the schools. Now, for some parents, that might not be enough, and we understand that the level of fear and twitchiness is overboard in some cases, and many parents might be under the idea that, well, maybe I just take the kid out of the face-to-face classes and put them back into online. My understanding from talking to a couple of your teachers is many of them that were originally only intending to teach face-to-face are now being asked to dual teach, that is do face-to-face in the classroom as well as online teaching simultaneously.
In those cases, at least my understanding would be at this point, would be in situations where you do have kids who might be quarantined, for whom we want to continue their instruction. So, if you have a classroom of 30 students and, half of them are quarantined or 1/3 of them are quarantined, we want to get them laptops and allow them to log in and participate and see what's going on in class. But for the most part, our online teachers are the way we set it up, we're only going to do online for those who register for the online classes the entire semester. So we're hoping that that'll only be a temporary measure in the event that there are quarantined students who can't go to their class, but who were signed up for face-to-face.
Well, okay, that's not the way it was described to me. It was described to me like I got my regular class load, and now because there's enough kids that want online versions of my class, now I have to do both of them at the same time. And it was not something that was preconceived when they were going into the new school year.
Okay, well, that might be something that at a particular school that probably needs to be clarified and straightened out. So
right.
I haven't heard any complaint, but I'm sure that, if they raise that concern or question, to the relevant deputies, we can sort that out. I think schools, as you know, from day one to even day two, what they see and what they're trying to address, they're quickly trying to make adjustments so that we can continue to keep schools open
right.
and prioritize student learning. So there might be schools out there trying to devise, different ways to do this. And they might not, we might not be aware of it at the district level. But anything we can do to support the schools in their adjustments, we want to do.
Okay, well, you're not going to hear everything, but people will complain to me because I'm in the media and they know I know how to find you. So that was among one of the concerns that I've gotten. Among the other concerns, and we have talked about this, there's a number of your teachers and members of the Department of Education staff for whom no amount of convincing is going to get them to go and get vaccinated. And you now working with the executive branch are moving towards a period where you're either vaccinated or you test every week in order to keep your job. Are you willing to lose a number of teachers to this policy?
No, I'm not interested in losing anybody to this policy. But they do need to be clear that this is, what's put forth is an executive order. It has, from what I understand, it has legal grounds, and it is a directive that needs to be complied with. And the options that are out there are for those to get vaccinated, and if you don't get vaccinated, go through weekly testing.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at the weekly testing regimen, and looking at ways that we can implement that so that it's easy to do, and we don't have to do it. Do it so that we can make it convenient for those who need to be tested without disrupting our school day. So we're looking at those options, and we have about another month to work through that with public health, which is what we're doing.
Yeah, a little bit of a conversation with Robert Koss from the Federation of Teachers yesterday, and he indicated that there's going to be a press release that's going to be coming out, should be coming out today, that might show some of the steps that the GFT is interested in taking to preserve the relationship between the Department of Education and their staff and teachers.
Yeah, no, we work really well with the GFT. I mean, I think it's just a matter of trying to do things that make sense for our school system. So I haven't battled, we haven't battled on this issue. Obviously, there's a mandate out there, and there are teachers and their members who feel differently, perhaps about the mandate. But again, if it's a choice between vaccination and testing, we're going to try to make both choices available. And the last time I talked to Tim Fidenko, our concern was let's not do it where we're disrupting school and also we don't want to make it such a burden also on those who need to get tested if we don't have to. Let's facilitate something that makes sense.
Yeah. Any opportunities for teachers that might not want to do anything about vaccination or testing? Any opportunities for them to telework or otherwise teach via Zoom?
Well, my understanding is that mandate applies to all employees, so I don't think that's a third option. So we're going to see where we get with the employees who choose. There are going to be some employees who are on the fence, and maybe this push will get them to get vaccinated. Maybe they just need to have a few more questions answered, and those are the types of supports we want to put in place at this point. And then as we get closer to the deadline, see where we are in terms of anyone who doesn't want to do either.
Yeah.
And of course we also have we do have medical exemptions that also we have to sort through as well. And for that, really we're going to rely on the doctors to let us know. We're not going to try to make that determination independent of a healthcare expert. But there also is the interesting part of the religious exemptions that I don't really know exactly how to proceed with that at this particular juncture. But we're going to be working with others to figure out, what exactly those parameters are to be able to, handle a request for a religious exemption.
Well, the another side of this, and this is me trying to help. There's a concept of progressive discipline. I mean, is this going to happen is there a day in particular where you're going to say it's either this or that? Or will we go, yeah, Ray, you're still not vaccinated. You better knock that off. That's one strike. And then the next time you look, you go, well, you still haven't gotten the vaccine, and so this is your second strike. I'm going to give you 100 strikes, and then we're going to take action on your personnel form.
Yeah, we would still look at that. I mean, it really gets down to what we're trying to accomplish, how many people have complied with the mandate, and really what the issues are for those who aren't. I mean, it's one thing to support our employees, give them the information they need, facilitate vaccination opportunities, facilitate the weekly testing. But after all that, if there are employees who simply don't want to take advantage of any of those supports, then we'll have to look at what other consequences there might be. And of course, the policy by the department and with the union, there's always progressive discipline.
Yep.
You're going to want to let people know. You're going to want to see what we can do to get them to do what they need to do. And progressive means you might start with a warning, and you might go from there to more significant consequences. So we're not really at that point yet. I hope to avoid it, but those things are all set precedent as to how you address those who are not complying with legal requirements.
Right. And I hear what you're saying about the legality. Recollection is that last executive order that came out from the governor's office. Quite a few of the whereases were citations of law. And I'll use the liberal argument here as well. Once upon a time, slavery was legal as well. So ponder that as you move forward with the enforcement on all these things. John, it's always a delight talking with you. Hopefully there won't be any restrictions announced today that will hamper your ability and your teachers' ability to educate the kids.
No, I don't expect any. They told me they would let me know. So, we'll look forward to getting the final version of that. So.
All right. Appreciate it. Try to have a good weekend. Get some rest here.
Will do. Thanks, Ray.
All right. John Fernandez, the superintendent from the Department of Education. That's all the time we got in this hour. Tell you what, we got Fox News Live that's coming up. Mana, are you about ready for the news that you're going to do after the fight? Mana says, no, I'm not ready for that yet, but she will be probably in another 6 minutes or so. Stand by now. Fox News Live, the radio station's KUSG, got you 93.3. This is, I got to make it so I stop talking right as they start. Fox News on the point.
More people getting out. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The State Department says more flights have left Kabul and hundreds more Americans and Afghans have gotten to safety.
12 C-17s departed within the last 24 hours, with more than 2,000 passengers who arrived at safe havens. Since August 14th, we've airlifted 7,000 total evacuees.
Spokesman Ed Price, but thousands more are trying to get out, and they face obstacles like Taliban checkpoints. The U.S. had planned to have all troops out of Afghanistan by August 31st, but President Biden said yesterday troops will remain until all Americans are out, but their mission is to secure the airport. After an hours-long standoff, a man who said he had a bomb inside a pickup truck parked in front of the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C., surrendered. He's been identified as 49-year-old Floyd Ray Roseberry of North Carolina.
We do know that Mr. Roseberry has had some losses of family. In his, I believe his mother recently passed away, and we spoke with members of his family, and there were other issues that he was dealing with.
Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger, several buildings, including those housing congressional staff, were evacuated during the standoff. A federal judge has given conditional approval of the massive Boy Scouts of America bankruptcy plan.
Judge Lori Selber Silverstein allows the Boy Scouts of America to reorganize and implement an $850 million settlement plan, which could allow the Scouts to exit bankruptcy by the end of 2021. Since filing for bankruptcy last year, the Scouts pledged to compensate survivors of abuse within its ranks. Local councils are supportive of the settlement, but insurers say those representing abuse claims, tens of thousands of them, had too much input in the process.
Fox's Gernal Scott, Wall Street, the Dow off 66. America is listening to Fox News.
Looking to furnish your home? Furniture Kathy Style offers a wide variety of beautiful quality home furnishings at affordable prices. Find the best deals with mattresses starting at $169, sofas as low as $699, bed frames starting at $399, and dining sets starting at $499. Schedule a free design consultation and let us help you create a home you love. Follow us on social media, visit our website at FurnitureKathyStyle.com or call us at $300-9590 for more information. Shop with us today.
For all your back-to-school needs, contact Express Financial. Express Financial is consumer lending at its very best. They also have a host of dealer service programs with quick approvals. There are 3 ways to apply: over the phone at 637-9834 or visit their office in person at 600 Harmon Loop Road across the street from Cost You Less. You can also visit their webpage and apply at myexpressfinancial.com. In most cases, you'll get your money the same day.
The FAA wants to fine more passengers who act out on flights.
The FAA is proposing more than $530,000 in fines for 34 passengers due to unruly behavior while flying. That would mean more than $1 million in fines in the year 2021. The FAA says they've received nearly 3,900 unruly passenger reports this year, and most of the bad behavior is connected to mask mandates. The largest proposed fine is $45,000 for a man on a JetBlue flight from New York to Orlando who's accused of throwing things at other passengers, including his luggage. He's also accused of lying down, refusing to get up, grabbing a flight attendant by her ankles, and looking up her skirt. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Flight attendant unions are pushing for more criminal charges against unruly passengers. The Biden administration is canceling billions in federal student loans.
$5.8 billion in student debt is being automatically wiped out for more than 300,000 Americans with disabilities, physical or psychological, that leave them unable to earn significant incomes. The Total and Permanent Disability Discharge Program currently requires borrowers to submit a formal application and face a 3-year monitoring period to prove they're earning little income. All steps critics say deters many from applying or getting their full benefits, which they'll now be able to receive without proving incomes. The move part of a broader overhaul of a debt relief program. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
An 84-year-old man who spent most of his adult life behind bars for robbing banks has been sentenced to more than 21 years in prison for carrying out an armed robbery at an Arizona credit union. Authorities say Robert Krebs robbed the credit union in January 2018 in Tucson, about 7 months after he was released from prison. His attorney said his client wanted to go back to prison because he didn't feel like he fit into society. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Today, indoor air quality is more critical than ever, and the experts at Carrier have a solution for your protection and peace of mind. Introducing Carrier's OptiClean air filtration system with HEPA filters and optional UV light accessories. Designed for hospital isolation rooms, yet versatile enough for businesses, schools, and other large areas. This machine can cover 1,500 square feet. It's compact, portable, and only runs on 110 power. Contact Carrier at 647-COOL to learn more.
Starting August 1st, pandemic unemployment assistance claimants must start searching for work to remain eligible for PUA benefits. 3 work searches a week are required. Work searches include registering on HireGuam.com, meeting with employers, submitting resumes and applications, and attending job fairs. Only a few are exempt from the work search requirement. This includes those working reduced hours, those in training programs, and self-employed individuals. Remember, PUA ends September the 4th. Now is the time. Let's rebuild our workforce. For more information, go to dol.guam.gov.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Off the day, it's 8:06. I'm Montesova Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. The governor's expected to call a news conference today where she is expected to announce possibly some restrictions that might be implemented to address the recent rise in COVID cases. The governor's physicians advisory group has been asking for some restrictions to be implemented, and the governor's likely to call for smaller group gatherings. An executive order also expected to be signed as well, possibly today. Well, more and more people are being admitted to the hospital with the recent jump in COVID cases, and the Joint Information Center is again included the daily report of the breakdown of the COVID patients that are admitted. Total admissions today are at 16, with 2 people in intensive care. The breakdown says 8 people are at GMH and 8 are at GRMC. 1 person is said to be on a ventilator. The report also states that 14 of the individuals who are in the hospital are unvaccinated, while 1 is unverified. So the latest tally from the JIC report, there are 82 individuals who have tested positive out of 1,056 people who were tested on Wednesday. 31 of the cases were identified through contact tracing, while 2 cases reported recent travel and were identified in quarantine. To date, there have been a total of 9,200 officially reported cases. 412 are in active isolation, and the CAR score is at 10.4. Well, 7 DOE students and 1 employee tested positive for COVID, but none of the classes are going to be affected. DOE confirms that the students are all separate cases. They are working with public health and identifying the contact traces, and those who have been identified will remain in isolation until they're cleared by public health to return to class. At the same time, the Archdiocese also confirms that 3 of their Catholic school students have tested positive. They also are working with public health and identifying the close contacts. As for the drive-through testing and the vaccinations, the drive-through testing still taking place up at Teetson. That's running from 8 until noon with 400 tests to be offered. And then Public Health also offering free vaccinations at the Micronesia Mall today. At the University of Guam tomorrow, there will be a drive-through for GovGuam employees. And the Northern Clinic also open today from 1 until 4. Well, more news right after this.
Chili's is pairing up premium entrees with 2-in-1 entree selections starting at $19.99. Indulge in mouth-watering combos like the sirloin and ribs combo, the ribeye and jalapeno sausage combo, or the savory sirloin and Rancho Salmon Combo. All served with delicious mashed potatoes. Dine in today and enjoy the best of both worlds flavor experience with Chili's 2-in-1 entree selections. Available for a limited time. Chili's on the second floor of the Tumont Sands Plaza. Chili's, savor the moment.
As it was expected, the governor did veto the two bills that deal with the Local Rise Act. Those are Bills 75 and 164 by Senator Jim Moylan and Senator Joe San Augustine. Both would have removed the spending cap on the pandemic payout and would also have increased individual amounts as well as removed impediments. The governor vetoed that. However, the Department of Rev and Tax expected to begin issuing applications for the Rise Act beginning September 1st. Meanwhile, police are investigating a crash that took place yesterday in Jigo that sent several people to the hospital. The two-car collision reported by Smith Bridge. The update has not been given on the condition of any of the individuals involved in that incident. Meanwhile, police looking for two men involved in a shooting that took place on Wednesday night. The shooting sending one man to the hospital. He's said to be in stable condition. The two suspects have been identified as 27-year-old Jensen DeVels and 31-year-old Justin Michael Duenas. They were last seen leaving the scene of the crime and are believed to be armed with a handgun. Anyone with information on either of the men should call the Guam Police Department or Crime Stoppers. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
No, I'm not going to do weather.
Okay.
I'm
so
searching.
rebellious, man.
No,
What's with you?
Nobody can tell me what to do.
Yeah.
Lou's not going to tell me what to do.
You're not down for weather,
DPHSS
man.
not going to tell me what to do. You know who can tell me what to do?
Who?
Giada.
Oh, wow.
Celebrity birthday over the weekend. Giada De Laurentiis.
Great cook. Great chef.
You can get 100 women in any room, and none of them can agree on anything. Nobody will ever be able to agree on anything, but they will agree that they all hate Giada De Laurentiis.
Yeah.
Did you ever notice that?
Yeah.
Like
You gotta hate on her,
ask any woman if you appear to give any kind of attention to Giada, right? All of a sudden, what is it? What, don't you love me? You hate me, don't you? Because that for some reason, she immediately makes women angry and jealous simultaneously. Did you notice that?
True. Major crush.
She is, oh my God. Right? Did you ever, like when she'd talk about her family and her husband and stuff, did you ever get jealous?
Yes.
Yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yes. I'm not alone. The two Peekaboo boys on the radio are on the same page here, and it makes me happy. 8:11 in the morning. Giada tells is 51 years old over the weekend. Cindy Williams, Laverne, and Shirley. You remember her? She's 74. Other celebrities that have birthdays over the weekend. Speaking of hotness, Kim Cattrall.
Kim Cattrall.
Right.
Sex in the City.
No. That
Come
was
on,
it.
man.
No, that was the prettiest of a bunch of homely girls. And it was your dad. Your dad that described
Yes, I do.
Sex in the City. What a bunch of homely women. He said in about the ladies of Sex in the City, and the only one that he said she didn't belong in the show. Well, it's like Sesame Street. One of these things is not like the other. One of them doesn't belong.
Yeah.
Kim Cattrall should have never been in Sex in the City, and if she was, it should have been about her, right?
True.
All right. So yeah, Sex in the City. You said mannequin. Mona said mannequin, right?
Yeah, mannequin.
Okay, whatever.
That was...
Porky's.
Oh, I don't remember.
What? Porky's.
What?
Wow. Now I gotta go watch it.
I gotta look that up because I don't remember.
Gotta break out the VHS, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, there's
I don't
guys
recall.
all over Guam. There are guys of a certain
Jumping
age
up and
that are
down right
laughing
now?
their head off.
1981. Oh, that explains it. I wasn't born yet.
Porky's, the scene from Porky's. Okay, that's all you. That's all you need to know. Carrie Ann Moss from The Matrix is 51 years old. She's never been in anything fun besides that movie. Usain Bolt is 35. For those of you that are looking for some kind of inspiration to get out there and run a little bit faster than a jog this weekend, he's 35 years old. A couple of other celebrities. Demi Lovato is 29. Now, didn't she come out recently?
Yes, they are.
Yes, okay. That's
Yeah.
the pronoun queen now.
Yes, they is. I get confused, but yes, they is.
I don't pay any attention to it, and I'm delighted to know that there's a few of teenagers that I'm associated with that laugh their asses off every time they start hearing about different pronouns and things like that. Connie Chung, inspirational news person, 75 years old, and rock and rollers will appreciate that today is Robert Plant's 73rd birthday.
Oh, nice.
None of us thought he would make it out of his 30s.
Yeah.
None of us back in the day thought the guy was going to make it out of his 30s. actually turning 73 years old today. If you're looking for something to celebrate, Kool-Aid Day. Oh, and there's a lot of Kool-Aid drinkers here. I'll tell you what. Men's, the Kool-Aid drinkers are. At some point, the governor's going to make a thing on the internet, right? It's going to be on her. They usually put it on her Facebook page, right? The governor's.
Correct.
Okay, so the Kool-Aid drinkers are the ones that are going to go. You go, Gov. Way to keep us all alive here, Gov. Go after those unvaccinated people. Those casino unvaccinated. How dare they? They're killing children here on Guam. Those are the Kool-Aid drinkers, and you'll see them on social media today. Also among the biggest butt kissers in the government of Guam, Men's Grooming Day. I would suggest that men all over the island take a clue. I know you see the things over at Kmart. Maybe you've an Amazon thing where somebody's trying to show you those little trimmers.
Yeah.
It's not just for people that want to have a trim, mustache or sideburns or stuff like that. The idea behind the trimmers, guys, and I didn't realize this until I bought my first one, is there are attachments in there that you can stick up your nose.
Oh, yeah.
And it tickles, but it cuts the nose hairs.
Yes, sir.
Little known fact. Chicks don't like guys with nose hairs.
They don't dig it, man.
Giada would not be happening. Giada's
I don't like it.
And they've got one that's it's a little trimmer that they've got, and I looked at that and I said, then there's no way I'd be able to take care of my face with that. And then I read the instructions. It's actually for trimming the hairs that grow on your ears. Now, some women find that attractive.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Is that Maria on?
It is.
It is.
It is. From the GEC.
I'm not going to talk. No,
we're going to vote by phone this year. Oh, that's what I hear.
That's right. Maria Pangilinan coming up next. It's 8:16. It's a nice day. Get out there and get a sunburn.
Go green, go solar, and save big with Nambo Insurance. When you power up your home with solar panels, Nambo Insurance will pay up to $350 toward your power bill. With Nambo, you can enjoy great savings while going green and helping to save Guam's environment. At Nambo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit Nambo.com or call 477-9754 for details. Nambo Insurance, proudly serving Guam for over 50 years.
Leah Dunca from Security Title here with a little information about trusts. A trust is a legal entity capable of owning property. It can protect property from issues such as lawsuits or divorce and can be used to distribute property and avoid probate. Many trusts start as revocable but become irrevocable when the initial trustees die. Work with your estate planning attorney to see if a trust is a good fit for your family property. Call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
No, I'm looking for the quintessential Giada picture. I found it. I don't know how much of this I can get on the screen. I got to tickle the system. But one of the things that I appreciated about her program when it was on television every day at 3:30.
Yeah.
Put that on your soap opera reel. Was she just had the biggest head.
Yeah, she does have a big
did
head.
You note that? I mean,
yeah,
when you're watching the show, did you think, oh my God, her head is like the rest of her body, interesting proportions and interesting features, but like, was it the camera angle that they were shooting at, or did she actually have a massive head?
She does have, and it's appealing.
Thanks very much. It's 8:17 in the morning. Portions of the program being brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And the next time that you are hungry and don't want to make decisions, right? You've already got to sweat over that. Do I get vaccinated thing or not? Go to Chili's and don't worry about it. Here's the thing: give in. You want a steak and ribs? They can do that. $19.99. This is an incredible combo. They got the steak and salmon, and it's not just any ordinary. It's sirloin steak and salmon. Same thing. $19.99. Go and check it out. Don't make decisions and ruin your day by having to do one of the features and benefit list on whatever it is that you want. Just get both of them at Chili's.
The Ray Gibson Show, bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
We're there, baby. We're there. Mike Grace Blah saying, don't hate, appreciate. That's what I always tried to tell people when I'd start gushing over Giada. I don't know how to pronounce her name, but I learned how to pronounce mozzarella correctly from her. And I think that was the other thing that annoyed women, is like she talks like a regular girl all the way through, but when she pronounces something in Italian, it's like listen to Juan Carlos say Puerto Rico. Right?
Bellissimo.
Do we need to? Do we really need to overpronounce that? Just say PR. Mark Voigtland says, and she can cook. Nick Perlowski talking about Lassie. That's the name I was looking for. Kim Cattrall, nicknamed Lassie, in the movie Porky's. If you haven't seen it, there is a gap in your life. There is a hole in your life. And as warm and intelligent as I am on this program, there's no way I can fill that hole. There's no way that I could fill that hole. There's nothing that I can add to your life. You'll just need to go out, and I'm sure that you can find it on Netflix or Hulu. And you know what? Watch it. If you have adolescent boys, if you have any adolescent boys in your family, watch the movie with them. And I think that will set them. No, because we're raising pansies here.
Send them on the right
soy
path.
boys, right? We got little guys that wear capri pants. Come on.
Yeah, you got to
Come
watch
on.
Animal House, too.
Animal House, Porky's. Those are the shows. Female gym teacher, right? Post canteen. Oh, yeah. There's a reason why there's a drain in the Porky's logo. No, Ray, of us rock listeners, we're still amazed. Ozzy is still kicking, and then of course you've got what's his name, Keith Richards from the Rolling Stones, who will outlive the cockroaches after the great apocalypse. All right. There are a few other people that are hanging out with us on the Facebook Live. Got to do shouts to the folks on YouTube. I'll do that in a minute. In the meantime, we've got Maria Pangilinan from the Guam Election Commission. And you might be wondering, Ray, why? We're talking about Giada. We're talking about Kim Cattrall. And now you're talking to Maria Pangilinan. What's going on there, Gib? The reason why is there's going to be a meeting of the Guam Election Commission in the next couple of days. Right, Maria?
That's correct. On Thursday, August 26th, I believe.
Okay.
Or 20.
Now, there's a couple of things going on in this meeting. One of them is a conversation about some big shot election, somebody coming in from off island, correct?
Yes. The chairman of the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, Don Palmer, has expressed interest in coming to visit us.
It's not even snowing where he's at. Why?
We have friends at the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, and we are members of the standards board for that commission, and so they help us through when we got our CARES grant. It came through them, and we got from them as well.
So he's going to come out and see how you're spending that grant money?
Yes, and just, there are over 6,000 election jurisdictions because elections are conducted by the counties or the cities or the towns.
Yeah.
And so elections are conducted differently across the nation. And so the more he learns, the better he can serve us.
Well, I hope it doesn't feed into this conversation about having the federal government handle all of the elections, all the way from the state down to city and county and territory level. I'd kind of like things to the way they are, and just leave us be. We know what we're doing, and I think the guy's going to leave with great lessons that you and your staff are going to teach him. Now, one of the other things that's on the agenda for this meeting that's coming up is it's going to be time for Maria Pangilinan's employment review.
Yes, actually, all executive directors with boards and commissions or who are appointed by boards and commissions must be evaluated at least once a year.
And so yours is coming up?
Yes, sir.
And you're going to get straight A's?
We'll see. The board has we've used the same form for maybe 5 years. And so the board, the composition, the 7 members, I think Commissioner Benny is new. So they're, some of them are getting familiar with the form. We're probably going to delay that discussion until the next meeting.
What?
Oh, by the way, it will not come with a raise. It's just the evaluation that's required.
Well, nobody, in any other circumstance, I'd say, yeah, that's fine. But I think you've done an outstanding job with the election commission. You put up with our early morning phone calls, and you've put up with our early morning, late night, all weekend long when it's election time, whether it's a primary election or a regular election. And I think maybe a couple extra dollars. And you know what? Here's the thing: is she won't even keep the money. She can put that in the envelope at church. That's the kind of person Maria Pangilinan is. Anyway, I want to make my pitch because there's a handful of directors and agency heads in this town that I think do an outstanding job. And I got to tell you, since you have been in charge over at the Election Commission, I know that you've had some bumps in the roads there, but it's certainly been a lot smoother than has been my experience as a voter and commentator on the radio. So I hope that the rest of the members of your commission recognize that and give you some good marks in your evaluation.
Well, Ray Gibson, as I cannot take all the credit. We have employees here that have been here over 16 years, and to them, I give all the credit. They make me look so good.
See?
And so
that's a leader right there. That's leadership right there. You know what? That's a page out of Carl Gutierrez's rule book here. A guy walks in there with Jerry Perez, doesn't know anything about the Guam Visitors Bureau, but recognizes that, you got people that have been career people over at GVB that know what the hell they're doing and try to stay out of their way while they get the job done.
Yes, and, and sometimes they need a little help with dealing with constituents that won't understand or don't understand the system. And I think the wise thing about all of them is they know when to ask, and they know when not to ask. They know when they're supposed to do it.
Again, that's leadership, just making sure everybody stays inside their lanes. Anyway, 8:26 in the morning. I did get a note from who's this guy over at the legislature, 36 Guam legislature. Jim Moylan says Bill 120 passed, allowing permanent early voting. Can you ask her how's the implementation planning coming along for that new measure?
Well, as we plan our move to our new location, that's at the front of our discussions.
Oh, there we go. That's the thunder from down under. That's for those of you that are wondering where the Election Commission is going, it's the former Club Manpower is where that's going to be, and among some of the other issues that they're going to be taking apart is how exactly to implement that new Bill 120.
Yes, and so as far as early voting goes, the planning portion is going at the same rate as our planning to move. So we're working on it as we speak. We're going to start the build-up, by the way. It has been going quickly. So we hope to be in there by October 1.
Little over 6 weeks away?
Yes, sir.
Well, like I said, I got a pickup truck, so.
Which file cabinet do you want to take, Ray Gibson?
I want to take all of the ones that have to do with Rachel Orio's his paperwork. That's what I want to find. 8:27 in the morning. Maria, I just wanted to bug you and wish you good luck on your evaluation. And like I said, put a bug in the ears of the guys that keep out for you over at the Election Commission. Let them know that just about everybody thinks you're doing a great job. So keep it up, would you?
Sedus Masi, Ray Gibson.
That's the way we do No Frowny Face Fridays. I'll talk to you pretty soon, 8:28 in the morning from the Election Commission. That's our very close friend, personal friend, Maria Pangilinan. Isn't that great?
Oh, yeah, A+.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. 888-825-888-TALK is the telephone number. As I said, 8:28 in the morning. We'll call that Beyond the Box time. You can find them in the Micronesia Mall Center Court right next to GameStop. They have got you covered. Think about all your technological needs. You got laptops because you weren't going to buy a laptop until you thought, well, wait a second, they got COVID in my kid's school. Maybe I better get myself a laptop so the kid can keep up with the Zoom conferences and all of that stuff. That's where you go to get it. They've got iPads there, Apple TVs, AirTags, and plenty more. Call 888-8269. That's 888-8-BOX. Now, there might be another piece of promotional material I'm sticking on the radio. And it has to do with a contest that they didn't even bother asking me and Real Joe if we wanted to participate in. It's the Michelob Ultra and the GSPN Imasmet Gut competition. Guam's strongest man and woman will be determined Saturday, September 11th at the Paseo grounds. Come watch as the island's strongest compete in the Triple J truck pull, the Paradise Fitness clean and jerk, the CTD, that's commercial tire, and Pacific tire flip, the ITNE wheelbarrow course, the Guam Army National Guard warrior walk, and the Isla Imports mini truck lift. Those little key cars, I guess they're going to have one of these things where somebody's going to have to, I don't know, lift it.
Yes.
Which is why, incidentally, a little known fact about those things, they don't come with little hydraulic jacks to lift the car for when you get a flat tire. You just pick it up.
I think you lift it from the back.
Yeah.
Because the engine's in the front, so it'll be lighter.
It says there will be a beer garden and food truck, so leave your chow and drinks at home. They are not allowed at this free event. Who will be Guam's strongest man and woman? Find out on Saturday, September the 11th. The man said beer gardens. That sounds like headquarters. That sounds like Ray Gibson headquarters, doesn't it? So 9, 11 is when they're going to be having that. GSPN and the folks over at Michelob Ultra putting that together. It's 8:30 in the morning. Monica Tyron, I'm going to actually try to get her out of the building here around the right time.
Jesus.
You think?
Yeah.
Praise Jesus.
Yeah.
Gotcha. It's 8:30. Monica's coming up next.
Technology is the great connector. It puts songs in your pocket, connects long-lost friends, and has made the world easier, faster, and smarter. And now, First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app can help you do the same with your money. Whether you want real-time financial tracking with MoneyMap or tailored advice on your personal finances with Daily Insights, we're giving you the power to connect to your finances from anywhere, like never before. First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
At GTA, we continuously develop digital solutions to build resilience for island businesses in need of agility, speed, and stability. Whether you're a home office or large corporation, we have professional services tailored by our GTA Enterprise experts to evolve your business digital transformation. Let the strength and reliability of our network power your business for years to come, and call us today at 671-644-1000. GTA, we start with you.
My God, what's wrong with me? Do you want that in alphabetical order or chronological, Mr. Gibson? It's 8:31 in the morning, and I found a picture that somebody looped from someplace because they got watermarks all over it. But you can make out the very lovely Kim Cattrall in that picture, turning, what did I say, 65 years old this week.
Oh my God!
This weekend. That's a great picture of her.
Yes.
That's her in the role that she played in Porky's. But out there somewhere, and it might be Dennis Benzer, the movie guy. The IMDb, the DB stands for Dennis Benzer, and he might be hollering at me, going, "Ray, you're that might have been a breakthrough role for her, but you forgot maybe the greatest role that she had of all time, which is the role that she played in Big Trouble in Little China."
That's right, the green eyes.
The lady, she has green eyes.
Yeah.
Green eyes.
Quite low.
Sophie. Anyway, so there you go. Kim Cattrall celebrating a birthday today, and for those of you, I just want to say thank you very much for all the laughs and the good times there, sweetheart. It's time for the last look at news and headlines for a feel-good, no frowny face Friday. Here's Monica Silva Tyron. Havamana, what happened?
Well, you might not feel good later, depending on what the governor says in her news conference. That's going to be scheduled right after your nap, apparently. She's going to discuss possibly some implementations or restrictions that might be implemented as a result of the recent rise in COVID cases. An executive order may also be signed. There was 82 new cases added out of 1,056 people who were tested on Wednesday. 31 of those cases identified through contact tracing, while 2 cases reported recent travel. There are now 16 people in the hospital with 2 in intensive care, and they've listed the CAR score at 10.4. Meanwhile, police are investigating a 2-car crash yesterday that sent several people to the hospital, 2 of them possibly with severe injuries. Their condition not known this morning, but the crash is under investigation. It took place right outside of Smithbridge in Jigo yesterday. And police on the hunt for 2 men who were wanted in connection with a shooting that took place on Wednesday morning. They were last seen leaving the scene of the crime. 27-year-old Jensen Davels and 31-year-old Justin Duenas, both believed to be armed with a handgun. Anyone with information should call the Guam Police Department. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Oh, look, somebody found another picture of Kim Cattrall.
Yeah, look at that. She's a pretty lady.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, the styles. Her outfit is in style now.
Everything old is new again.
Yeah.
And this one here was new again in 1981 when they made the movie, which is based on South Florida, right around where Macris is these days.
Yeah.
That whole area, which was popular in the late 50s and early 60s. I highly encourage you. In fact, we ought to get together. We ought to get together. There ought to be a Porky's viewing party at Porky's in Tumon.
Nice.
We'll go next door. We'll see Cass. We'll get some chicken wings, and then we'll go next door to Porky's and actually watch the show and see what rock band is playing. Speaking of rock bands, who's out tonight? Who's
Are
out?
they
And who's
banding
playing?
still?
I don't know. I've heard some really good things about the band that's playing over at Bell's in Manila, the old Frandies.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I think while we can, because who knows? Yeah, that's the question. I'm getting a bunch of people online here this morning in one of my double secret pandemic groups, the ones that's getting together for a pandemic kind of a potluck tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm bringing KFC, or I'm going to have KFC delivered. But anyway, they're asking the question about what exactly is going to come out of the governor's mouth here today. What will the EO entail? I don't know if there's going to be an executive order. Well, I guess maybe they'd have to put it in some kind of an executive order. Might as well. Let's extend the public health emergency for another month.
Okay.
Let's just do that for another
30
month.
days. What?
Why not? Why not? Does anyone know when Lulu is going to do her executive order? I haven't checked the news yet. Usually, as Mona put it, it's right after my nap. So whatever time I start coming to is usually when I get the notice that she's going online, and then I get that almost that weird kind of anxiety, like what's it going to be now? But honestly, the truth of the matter is it doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any difference to me. She doesn't need it to be an executive order to screw things up. Just saying that there could be restrictions. And maybe it's going to be on bars, maybe it's going to be on restaurants, maybe it's going to be on water. That's going to be sufficient for businessmen like turtles. We're sticking our noses out, sticking our neck out a little bit. Is now the time to go? Is it time to start hiring people? Is it time to start getting some new equipment? Is it time to replenish my stocks? And then all of a sudden, state-run media runs an interview with her, and you hear it, and all of a sudden, never mind, go back in. It's exactly what's happening. And you're going, come on, what do you know? You're just a guy at the radio station. You don't know anything. No, and I will gladly admit, I don't know jack about jack. But I know people that do. I know folks that do, and recently been talking to people. One of them, surprise, runs a bar. Oh, imagine that. Ray knows people that run bars. And I said, how's it going? And he says, well, first of all, lots of people that were going to have their fundraisers here have canceled. Out of an abundance of caution. Why make a big deal about trying to sell tickets and getting everybody to show up at your fundraiser if Lou's just going to say, well, we're not doing that anymore. It's 50% or whatever the restriction's going to be. So they're just not even starting it. Number one. Number two, I said, how's things going with your wholesalers, with your suppliers? And he says, well, I've told them not to show up this week, because I've still got plenty from the last delivery. And that's what they're hearing from lots of other facilities here on Guam, is that, yeah, we're not going to be as busy as we thought we were. Some of it is just people twitching about the Delta variant. And then the other part of it is, as I said, the cancellations. And things not going to be as crazy busy as we make our way out of the summer and into the fall, like we normally would be. So there's going to be an impact regardless of whether she comes out with anything or not today. And that's why I don't think it's going to make any difference. I mean, unless they do one of those Sydney-style lockdowns where we have the National Guard patrolling the streets, keeping people inside unless you're going for groceries or medical supplies or whatever. Unless it's going to get crazy like that, I don't know that it's going to make a difference in anybody's life whatsoever. Certainly isn't going to make any difference to me. Oh, you telling me I can't go into the bar or restaurant because I'm not vaccinated? That's okay. I know the number to KFC. They'll deliver it to my house. In fact, they will deliver it to the beach where I'm going to be drinking my beer at, where I'm outdoors, and I don't have to wear my mask or put up with any of the restrictions. So I mentioned this yesterday, is I've managed to simplify my life to the degree you guys do whatever you want to out there. I can choose to be a part of it, or I can choose not to be a part of it. And I know enough groovy people that I can hang out with and not have to be a part of any of that restrictive nonsense. You, as we say, cannot bully me. In 20 minutes, it'll be 9 o'clock in the morning. Senator Jimmy Craig Moylan coming up next.
Pastrami is back at Subway. Pepper-crusted beef layered with crispy pickles, mustard, and melted provolone cheese. Nothing comes close to the pleasure of sinking your teeth into that chewy, juicy, well-seasoned pastrami. It's happiness in a sub. Head down to the nearest Subway restaurant and satisfy your craving for the deli perfection that is pastrami. Subway. Eat fresh. Pastrami sub is available to all Subway locations on Guam and Saipan, including NCS, for a limited time only.
Looking for a seamless medical trip to Manila? St. Luke's Medical Center's Pacific Islands Medical Referral Package offers a convenient end-to-end medical travel service to St. Luke's Global City. With the package, they also provide assistance in the processing of your air travel requirements, airport to hospital transportation, and hospital room upgrades, all for free. To learn more, call Phil MD at 671-637-5433 or visit their office in Tamuning across the Baltej at St. Luke's. We love life.
I got you. No, what's his name? What is your name again? Joe. Tell me I got to do a Docomo thing, right? Business bundle plan?
Correct.
All of that? Okay. All right. So if you're in business, there are certain tools that you need anymore. And back in the olden days, you remember there was like that one nerd dude that had the dial-up? Now everybody at every desk has got to have the internet. You've got Internet of Things in your business these days. You got to make sure that you've always got some solid uptime. Do the phone system and television, all kinds of other stuff they got over at Docomo. Maybe you're using it at your house. You can use it at the office as well. Speed's going to make you crazy with the speeds. Those SIP lines that they've got there, indestructible. Jimmy Moylan's sitting on a SIP line from Docomo right now as we speak. We'll hear from him in just a second. Anyway, bundle up. You'll save money with Docomo Pacific Business. Now, later on, I'm going to tell you about conquering summer with a brand new ride from Nissan. And there's a part of me, I want to talk about the new car that they've got over at the Nissan. At Nissan, they've got a new version of the Z. But the reason why I don't want to talk about what I'm doing the commercial is I want you to go buy a new car today, not wait until spring of 2022 when you'll be able to get your hands on the wheel of this. This is the new 2022 Z car. Yeah, look at that. I want to say that they've taken it back in dimensions a little bit. It's hard for me to tell by looking at just one picture of it, but it looks like it's going to be a little bit more like how do I say, like a Datsun Z.
It's reminiscent.
Reminiscent.
Yeah, I've seen the
exactly.
lines there.
You're looking at that?
Yeah.
You're looking at the same thing that I am.
I love it.
Yeah. No back seat, Joe?
No, that's right. No backs. I can't go with you.
Neither one of us are looking at each other as he says things like that. It's 8:42 on the Ray Gibson Show. Jimmy Craig Moylan's on the line. Good morning, Senator. How you doing?
Hey, great. It's Friday. Happy Friday.
I was looking for you last night, bro.
Did you go to Shirley's? I was there.
No.
Oh.
And it was because I couldn't find you, and so I had to hang out with Will Castro.
Okay. All right. Fellow Republican. That's cool.
Yeah, sort of. But anyway, yeah, there was. I'm just kidding, Will. 8:42. We're just swapping stories, and I sit down with him. This is the way typical conversations go with me in certain places, with politicians or political watchers. I will sit down and I got my phone and I order my beer and just kind of got my beetle nut over here and just kind of like try to make myself compact, right? And then somebody will always sit down and ask me, and it's this question now, Jim. It's this question: who's running for governor? And I go to the meetings and I have some kind of sacred wisdom. or political intuition that says this person and this person are running for governor and lieutenant governor. This person, and then first of all, is who's running in the Republican Party? And I say, I think it's going to be Jimmy Craig and or Frank Blas, maybe Chris, maybe and Tony. I don't know. And then they kind of scratch their whiskers for a second and say, well, then who's running for the Democrats? And the obvious answer is Lulian Guerrero. The big question, though is Josh Tenorio going to run with her?
Good question. Well, of course you don't.
Now, I haven't heard anything as much as I'm just trying to twitch, make people twitch and trigger certain individuals over at Adelup. But wouldn't it be interesting if Josh decided, yeah, that was fun, that lieutenant governor thing is fun, but where to after that? Because no lieutenant governor has ever gone from the lieutenant governor's office to the governor's office. Joe Ada is the closest thing to it, but he had to sit out a term once upon a time. So. Just saying, for somebody like Josh, who might be able to get a better paying job in the private sector.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting, and you never know, right? So
when it comes down to the primary, they're going to lose to Mike Nicholas anyway.
Okay.
That's me trying to trigger a whole nother set of people over at Adelup.
Sure. And I think we should have more candidates interested. I think more people should come on out. It's not easy, of course, but then we're showing that folks want to make a difference in taking leadership roles. It's helpful that when trying to direct the legislature, no matter who it is, or executive branch, but it's also even better if you got some great ideas and willing to give your service to community, run for politics.
Right. Well, do it. So can I ask you to do me a favor? Stringy's not doing anything these days. Have him go through all of the paperwork required for the packet at the Election Commission and see how much of that can be eliminated.
We should do some streamlining, not make it difficult for folks that want to volunteer there and run for office.
Well, yeah, because look,
we've been looking at those.
I mean, I could have put together a committee and delegated that to somebody else, but I'm too lazy to even put together a committee. I want to be able to. I want it to be as easy, Jim, as being able to apply for a marriage license. Just get in there, put your name on a piece of paper, get your name, figure out even, how many petitions you need to get signed, get them signed, and get your name on the ballot. Make it easy as that. This nonsense about, I need, first there's an affidavit that I haven't done anything wrong, and then you've got to go get police clearance and court clearance. Like, that's the easiest and most fun thing to do. And then they want more financial information than I normally give to Daphne Shimizu at the Department of Revenue and Taxation. And then on top of that, they want me to keep track of every nickel, a penny, and dime that comes through in my fundraising. So I'm like, there's a bunch of full of crap stuff that you've got to get through. Let's find a way to make it easier. Having said that, I'm very sorry you're not going to be able to have a fundraiser this weekend. I've got $10 and a strong desire to have chorizo shots. Jimmy, what's going on?
Yeah, well, we looked at those things, and I'm sure a lot of other folks have to do some replanning as well. But if the uncertainty about, especially today, we're awaiting the governor's information about new restrictions put out because of our increase of positive tests.
Blah, 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 blah.
Which, by the way, we don't have enough on that report. We're not showing positive for this or that and other things. So I'm hoping we can put something together to get
it's just numbers. They're just freaking out about the core score going up to 10.4, right. And oh my God, we've got 12, 16 people in the hospital. We got plenty of beds. We got plenty of ventilators. I was listening to Cousin Troy interview what's his name, Dr. Akimoto, who's apparently come down with COVID-19. Surprise, and he was talking about we have plenty of ventilators here if we need to. There's plenty of beds that we can attach some telemetry to. So I don't know what the big deal is. I mean, all of a sudden they're starting to make that noise like we're New Zealand. Oh my God, we've got a case of COVID-19. Lock the island down.
Yeah. Well, how New Zealand did positive or did so well is because they really shared all the information with the public, and that's not what we're seeing on these reports that coming out. New Zealand had the public behind them because of the transparency that they provided to their people. Here, it's the transparency. That's another language. They only give you what they feel they need you to know, and not providing enough information.
Well, just enough information to justify the purchase of more golf carts.
Yeah.
we need more golf carts here, Jim. How can we run an entire government of Guam without having golf carts? They said, well, so we needed the golf carts so that we could move old people. They could, get their shots. And I'm going, well, why don't we just make the shots for old people closer to the door?
Right. Where's the justification for that to bypass the regular RFP process? And that's why we're seeing, again, it wasn't transparent, and that's why we're seeing the suit brought against GSA and the dispute about that bid. This administration, it seems to be, if it's not their way, then they're going to just try to enforce it, even if it's the OPA that tells you, you're not doing right, or it's the legislature telling you, we have other ideas and we're representing the people. If it's not this executive branch's way, they're just not going to do it and ignore your suggestions and tell you you're coming up with laws that are useless. We gave her laws that gave her the option to choose, pick and choose. That's how, for example, in the All Rise Act, that's how she developed it initially from what was the Rise Act. Then we saw other problems that popped up, and as you discussed with your listeners there, and we tried to correct those things. And yet the only problem was with all these problems is the legislature doesn't know what they're doing. I totally disagree with that kind of attitude. When we're trying to work together with the executive branch, asking her, the speaker asked her to come on down, let's talk this out. And she said, I'll send my directors, which she did. And they told us during the budget hearing as well, we're not at liberty to tell you much about the ARP funding. So there, mic dropping too. But
between Jim, you guys you've got to all figure out what rope you need to all pull together on, so that the legislature can exert some gravity against Adelup. I mean, there's people want to stand up to Adelup, but when they see the legislature not even doing their part, they realize that it's a losing game.
The governor is doing on their side, is to put the fear regarding this COVID without the proper numbers and expression, to put the fear into the people. So if the legislature did do something opposite, we wouldn't have it will be difficult. Again, the information is not out there for the public to really make a good decision, just like how she's putting this out with the, vetoing our two bills. Those bills would have eliminated the cap, or even gave her the possibility to increase the amount of distribution as well. So still, the fear was put back into the public, first in, first out. The fear was put back into the public. We need to keep these COVID situation level at this rate, because we have the unknown about this new Delta as well. The fear continues to be put in order to keep this mandate or the executive order going, and then we see all these contracts, emergency procurement, sole source procurement, not following proper procedure, and the money for the American Rescue Plan being sat on and only allowed to be used when the governor feels it's proper. But it's been here since May, and should be given out to the people as soon as possible. But they're making it appear like we're waiting for final guidelines. But in reality, when they're wanting to put it out, they use the interim guidelines, just like the $15 million going to GPA for the liquid fuel increase. It's not a bad idea. That's good. We've been pushing for that. But why you're able to do that, and without the final guidelines? But you had to go all the way to Washington on a first-class ticket to ask U.S. Treasury Department, hey, can I do this Rise Act? Did you ask about the liquid fuel charge increase while you were there for GPA? No. I don't think so. Or where's the letter? What do? Just walk in there and have a conversation with somebody? Where's the official documents? Do you think that the Department of Treasury is like, okay, welcome Guam, and thank you for being here? But where's the follow-ups? Where's the continuous dialogue? I don't think they take immediate action on the spot and say, yeah, go for it, do it, without some documents and follow-up. But we haven't seen that. Yeah. The transparency is not there, and that's why the fear is there in the public and all these questions coming up. If you're more open, if you would just have an open conversation with the people in town hall meetings.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but can we talk about credibility? Can we talk about credibility? And the whole conversation we're having stems from COVID-19. It was better than a year ago that we were told it was 2 weeks to flatten the curve. It was then we got to strive for 5 and then liberate by July 21st. Get to 80% of the population over the age of 18 that gets themselves immunized, and we've done all of that crap. Well, I'm not going to say we. I've done the absolute minimum. I mean, if it's something that Adelup wanted me to do, the answer is no, hell no. I ain't doing it. And somebody said, we've got these masks. You want me to? You want to buy a mask? And I'm like, hell no, I don't want to buy a mask. I bought one mask the entire time. The rest of it is I'm finding stuff on the ground and just washing it. But my point is I don't think the governor's office can speak from a platform of any credibility at all, vaccinated or unvaccinated, because there were hoops that they said jump through. We'll be at herd immunity and it will be normalcy, maybe even PCOR 4. And no. So now we've got the report, the Guam COVID-19 update that says 106,282 12 years and older are fully vaccinated. And my question is, so what? What does it mean? What is the end game? That's what you want. You want to know what I want to hear from Lou today? I want to hear Lou tell me how to end this. What number of fully vaccinated people are required to end it? What number of sick people do we need to have? How many? Is it 0 hospital beds? Is it 0 new cases for 14? Whatever it is. Whatever it is, I want to know what the number is going to be to help us get to so that everybody understands how to get to herd immunity. And then when we get there, when we achieve that number, declare the health emergency over. What will it take? What set of circumstances? You know, when you go to the Rotary Club meeting next week, not Rotary, Chamber meeting next week, Rick Hernandez is going to be speaking. And Rick's the guy that put together this condition of readiness package that was sold to us a year and a half ago, so that we would be able to guide ourselves through the stages of this pandemic. PCOR 1, real bad, lockdown time. PCOR 2, lockdown but with fewer restrictions. And PCOR 3, darn near normal. PCOR 4 would be normal. And so what's it going to take? Somebody needs to ask Ricky when he gets there how he feels about them bastardizing his plan.
Right, and we,
it eliminated any sense of credibility that this governor and this government has.
Again, good point, Ray. We have a lot of great people that are doing their darndest, that are not politically involved, that want to make sure things are getting out, and we have a proper system to follow. That's not there through the leadership, and like in New Zealand, they were so open with their people, and they get the folks behind them, their community behind them, and that's why they're able to curb their numbers. But here we don't have that, because you're right, the uncertainty, the questions keep on coming up, and if you start to question, and if you're a radio folk and at a public announcement, you're just going to get stifled, right? They're going to block you off. So that's just. Yeah, it's just too bad that this is how it's fed to us. To include Governor, can you show us your ARP funding plan? No, I'm not ready to. But I'm going to spend $15 million to give to GPA to help the people. But I'm going to spend $1.5 million to help the people on rental assistance. All good. But you're able to give piecemeals. Why can't you give us the whole plan so we can understand this and get behind?
Secret?
Probably because there is none.
It's classified.
Yeah.
Classified. Just wait till it gets to be time to spend whatever that other batch of money that's supposed to be coming in. 888-825-5888-TALK. Well, you keep fighting the fight, and I'll make the pitch again that somewhere in your desk is a copy of the Klitsky-Gibson resolution that puts an end to this nonsense immediately.
Okay, I appreciate that, Ray.
Well, I know you do, and I got to bring it up. And a reminder that impacts your credibility with the listeners and voters as well. So just saying.
I understand.
All right, bro. I'll talk to you pretty soon, and I'll man, what's tonight? I'm sunsetting tonight. Maybe I'll beep you and let you know where.
Okay. Thank you. See you there.
Just big wave.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Bye. It's my new thing. It's tasty.
Yeah.
Just I'm not
smooth
advocating or anything. I'm just saying that's what I've been drinking that lately. Somebody wanted, in fact, Will wanted me to try the Hanalei. Which is also
very nice.
Very, very good, very smooth. Hey, I know that face. Director Cho's going to be in a little bit, but she's not going to be talking about DOL Director Cho stuff. There's a big dance kind of activity party that's going to be coming up. And as far as I know, I don't think you have to have COVID-19 in order to go. Wait. No, I mean vaccination in order to go. Wouldn't that be a thing? I'm still working on it. I'm still working on that, though. The idea that that there's if they're going to have a big party at the Tsubaki Tower, 27th floor, with all the beautiful people going to be there, $190 to get in, some fancy wines that you're going to be drinking, and but you're not going to be allowed to go unless you can show tonight that you are fully vaccinated. You're not going to be able to get in unless, if you're not vaccinated, that you've got a PCR test that shows the negative somewhere in the last 72 hours. Absent that, stay outside. Get out. Get out, you not clean, unclean person. Go and hang out outside. 8:58, and I wonder, depending on what it is that the announcement's going to be here today, maybe there is going to be something that says, yeah, these are the circumstances by which we will return to PCOR 4. Love to hear that, but what we're probably going to hear is a recommendation that if I am an unclean person, that I shouldn't be able to go to grocery stores or church or gyms or any government of Guam office or whatever. Whatever. The question that I have is, can I drink outside? You know, if I can't go inside, like the venue as an example, can I just bring my 6-pack of beer and sit on the curb outside? I know. In the back of Phil's truck, he's got this truck and we'll put the hats down, and we'll just sit in the hatchback and just drink beer.
That's old school, man.
That's very old school, dude. I'm not drinking at the store like back in the days, my Toto Nomad days. Listen, I got to break away. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Fox News Live's coming up. Guess what? This is The Point.
Thousands have gotten out. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The Pentagon says the U.S. military has airlifted 2,000 people from Afghanistan in the last 24 hours, far less than they're capable of.
A key bottleneck, we're told, is the State Department only has had on the ground a handful of consular officers. That is changing. The military always knew after it pulled out that they would get the 911 call from the State Department to help evacuate Americans and special immigrant visa holders who the Pentagon warned for weeks needed faster processing by the State Department. They just weren't sure that the call would come this soon.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon. Facebook, meanwhile, says it's temporarily removed the ability for people to view or search the friend list of accounts it is determined to be in Afghanistan. The head of the company's security policy says it's being done to protect Afghan safety in light of the Taliban takeover. A Florida judge has refused to dismiss a lawsuit challenging the order by Governor Ron DeSantis that parents should decide whether their children wear masks in school. 5 school districts, including 4 of the state's largest, are defying the order by permitting mask opt-outs only for medical reasons. Oregon Governor Kate Brown announcing a vaccine mandate for school employees.
All school staff must be vaccinated by October 18th or 6 weeks after full FDA approval of the vaccines, whichever's later.
COVID-19 poses a threat to our kids, and our kids need to be protected, and they need to be in school. And that's why I'm willing to take the heat for this decision.
Masks will also be required at schools indoors. The state has a vaccine mandate already for state employees and healthcare workers. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Officials in Haywood County, North Carolina, say 2 people are dead and about 20 remain unaccounted for in flooding from the remnants of Tropical Storm Fred. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Diving in, seeing our coral reef full of life.
I really love hiking the trails.
I really love going to the beach. The sunsets are amazing.
Your island needs you. Help preserve what makes our island home. Stop those who threaten our wildlife, plants, and environment. Install the free Toka app and report poaching, littering, burning, and other environmental crimes. Call 864-TOKA or install the free Toka app today. This public service announcement is brought to you by the Department of Agriculture, UOGC Grant, and Choice Broadcasting.
Funeral services held today for a Chicago police officer shot to death in the line of duty.
Current and former city and police leaders joined those in uniform to memorialize Officer Ella French. She was killed after being shot during a traffic stop earlier this month. She is the only Chicago officer to be fatally shot this year. Her mother, Elizabeth French, gave a message to those who wear that police uniform.
Every day you leave home to serve and protect family, friends, and people you will never meet in your communities, towns, and cities. Ella and I thank you for your service.
Officer French had been on the Chicago force for just 3 years. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The FAA says rowdy airline passengers have now racked up more than $1 million in potential fines this year. The agency's latest proposed fines against 34 passengers include 2 that top $40,000 each. The FAA said this week airlines have reported about 3,900 incidents of unruly passengers this year. A toy store chain and a major department store are joining forces.
Toys R Us will roll out shops in about 400 Macy's stores in the U.S. next year. It's a major revival of the toy store chain, which filed for bankruptcy in 2017. The partnership means Macy's customers can buy Toys R Us products online from Macy's. Toys R Us has tried a limited revival of its retail stores in the U.S. It also has nearly 900 stores outside the U.S. and sells toys online in more than 25 countries. WHP Global purchased a controlling stake in Toys R Us owner True Kids earlier this year. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
Wall Street, the Dow off 66, the Nasdaq up 15. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Did you know that indoor air can be up to 5 times more polluted than outdoor air? Meet the world's smartest all-in-one air purification system, Aura Air. Suitable for all businesses with patented filters that disinfect the air from bacteria, viruses, mold, odors, and more. It also provides real-time monitoring for indoor and outdoor air quality, all at the convenience of a user-friendly mobile app. Get your Aura Air today by calling 688-2677. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Now on Guam, 511 Tactical, offering the largest selection of tactical apparel and gear for law enforcement, first responders, tactical operators, and recreational enthusiasts. We're located next to Bargain Tactical, Guam's largest firearms dealer. Find both stores, Route 16 Army Drive between the Dungeon and Little Langs. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 7, Saturdays 10 to 5, and closed on Sunday. Visit us online at tacticalgearguam.com. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Tactical Gear Guam. 511 Tactical, now on Guam. Always be ready.
Looking to furnish your home? Furniture Cathy Style offers a wide variety of beautiful quality home furnishings at affordable prices. Find the best deals with mattresses starting at $169, sofas as low as $699, bed frames starting at $399, and dining sets starting at $499. Schedule a free design consultation and let us help you create a home you love. Follow us on social media, visit our website at FurnitureCathyStyle.com or call us at 300-9590 for more information. Shop with us today.
Is it my turn? Do I have to talk?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
no more cursing. No more cursing at 888-8255-888-TALK at 6 after 9. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by the guys over at American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also, the team over at, it's Take Care, right? All right, Take Care, starting tomorrow. They've got health fairs going on at the Micronesia Mall. You know where the old dollar store was? They've taken that over, and just about every Saturday between here and October, they're going to be having opportunities for you to go in there, learn about some of the great services that they've got. I'm always talking about their global network of providers. Well, you get a chance to meet some of these guys and find out some of the other, because like healthcare can be like excruciatingly boring, or it can be fun. They've got these workout programs and plans and little Zumba things. Little get-togethers that they constantly have. And it's nice that they put together like a team thing, because otherwise I ain't going to show up unless I'm doing it for everybody else. Probably not going to be there. Find out about all the great services they've got to Take Care tomorrow, 11 o'clock at the Micronesia Mall.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
It's okay. You don't have to hamper the camera just yet. It's only me right now, but eventually it'll be everybody in the studio. All the microphones on there, Real Joe. 7 after 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's Friday, and you know how I am on Fridays. No frowny face Fridays. But one of the other things I like to do on Fridays is to bring in just unbelievably attractive people, and so we'll start here this morning. The lady I call Director Cho for a lot of reasons. Number one, because I know it aggravates Dave Del Solo like you wouldn't believe. But because you know what, I like some of the work that she's been doing since she's taken over some of the operations over at the Department of Labor. Hannah Iriarty is in the studio. Hannah Cho, sorry about that. Oh my God, eyes went big. Hannah Cho, Director Cho, in the studio. Some things are hard to forget. You know, I still call it Gibson's, right? The store? No, that's before your time. Anyway, so now I'm all embarrassed, but I'll get over it. So hi Hannah, how you doing now?
Oh, I'm doing great.
Totally going to get cursed out in Korean later. Totally going to get cursed out in Korean. And so she sends me a thing, and knowing that the answer is always yes. She sends me a thing a couple of weeks ago asking if the radio stations can be sponsors for a program that you're working on called Made to Move.
Yes.
Now there's certain public service aspects of all of this, working with young people, a couple of days worth of event. So there's like high sides for the community.
Right.
But it also sounds like it's going to be fun.
Yes.
Okay. So in a nutshell, and then we'll introduce the other guys that we've got in here, Neil and Romeo. In a nutshell, what is Made to Move?
So Made to Move is an event that...
You're still mad at me. I can tell by the way you're talking.
It's an event that promotes the art community. So this time we're focusing on the local dance community.
Very good.
It also is going to be raising money for cancer patients, and it helps them get the medical treatment that they need to survive.
Now I've got videos that I can play, and I might do
Yes,
that a little bit
please.
later on when I get past all of this stuff. But you know, you think about the local dance community, and there's some incredible strides that we have made literally in dance here on Guam. I'm thinking about, you know, where's Marco been? What was it? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right?
I think it's So You Think You Can Dance, right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
that guy. So I see his dad. His dad's in PR and marketing and photography over at the Micronesia Mall. So I said, hey, how's your boy? And he says, well, you know, nobody's touring right now, so he had to get a real job. Unfortunately, I know that's sad. But then a few months ago, that song WAP. There was a guy from Guam that had come up with
Brian Esperon.
Right, that came up with and now that's household name, that guy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's not one TikTok person that hasn't injured themselves trying to replicate that dance.
Exactly, yeah.
So there's an awful lot that's going on in the dance community, and no surprise, every time the Skip Entertainment group goes off island, they come back with awards. And what's the other one? There's another troupe that's doing a whole lot of competition and traveling these days.
I mean, a lot of them go off island. Recently, I think Stargazers went off island.
Skip. Yeah. Well, Skip's always off island.
Yeah, Skip always goes.
They're almost never here anymore. I don't
exactly
with the traveling and everything. But a lot going on in the dance community here on Guam, and then you've got just people that like to dance, that got their moves and want to show off.
I know a couple of TikTok dances.
So how do there we go. That's done wonders. It's become kind of a revolution. But we do, like, as an example, there are car shows that come up on Guam, and there's guys that the usual suspects, but the real good cars are the ones that are going to be in the garage and under wraps until the very, very last minute, and they're going to be coming in from places where you'd never suspect that you're going to see this kind of talent. So something like this, I think this Made to Move, it sounds like one of those efforts to get some of these people that are just doing it, goofing off at the cafeteria, goofing off at the gym, goofing off in their living room, and get them out onto a stage somewhere. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right. Yeah.
All right. So now which is which? I got Romeo and Neil. You are
Romeo. I was director of GDC.
What's GDC?
Guam Dance Community.
Very good. Thank you very much. And that's Romeo, and that would mean Neil.
Neil Romero, director of Project Inspire.
Project Inspire. Tell me about Inspire.
Well, we make basically anything that deals with art, we produce it. So whether it be film, dance, or music, we created.
Tell me about what's going on with film these days. You know, once upon a time, I used to be really impressed with things that people were doing with laptops.
And now films are like you just need your phone now.
We're doing it with phones. Yeah,
there's so many times I use my phone.
Yeah. And the software's out there, and there's all kinds of little things that you can get on the phone to take advantage of. You know, what is basically a high-end camera equipped with
especially with like TikTok nowadays. You know, TikTok is just like a filmmaking machine when you really think about it.
So it's got its own editor inside of it?
Yeah.
I've never seen. They tell me that YouTube's got its own editor as well.
Oh, I've never tried it that way.
It does. I've heard the videos I've made for Department of Labor. You can even put in your own captions.
Captions, sound effects, that kind of thing. So the technology is catching up with the talent that's out there. So it's good that there is a Project Inspire to get out there and do that. Now, we were talking about the dance community here on Guam. So GDC, tell me a little bit about where I might have seen that before. And I'm crazy about that. That's suede, isn't it? You wearing suede today?
The jacket?
Yeah.
No, I gotta be fair as a dancer too.
Dude, I was watching Tin Cup with what's his name the other day,
Kevin Costner.
Kevin Costner. That's almost exactly the same jacket that he wore in that movie. And I almost Hannah knows that I'm like this. I went to Amazon looking for exactly that thing, and all of a sudden you walk in. You walk in, you're wearing it. What is that? 9:13 in the morning. It's the synchronicity of the universe. So again, tell me a little bit about what's happening with the dance community, where we've recently been, and where we need to go in the next year or two.
You know, GDC, we're a bunch of dancers from the whole community.
Grab the microphone, pull that thing right up there. You got a great voice, I want to hear it all.
So GDC is basically the whole dance community from Guam. You know, we try our best to bring everyone together, bring life and make sure to encourage and push young adults and teens to really come together, bring art and bring life to dance, and we want to keep pushing from then and to now to make sure that we really communicate and get together and just do our thing for dance, for everyone, for the love.
So, but there's not a whole lot of opportunities to get that done these days. I mean, again, Made to Move is going to try to cure that and give people a platform, a stage from which where they can perform and observe, maybe get inspired to do something else. But after that, where do we go? I mean, it's not like we can go and incorporate our shows over at the Sandcastle or at the Beach Bar, any number of places that have got stages these days. Some of that is COVID. Some of it's going to be the hospitality industry is going to take some time to get back up. But how do you keep people moving?
See, and that's why we made these opportunities. That's why we made to move. To build those opportunities for many people to perform. And also create more other opportunities before and this, so people could reach out and be seen. And get that spotlight that everyone deserves. So definitely. We also reach out to the schools. We do dance events for them.
Lots of schools have stages.
Yeah, definitely. And with them, we could just meet more dancers as well and build more opportunities and also teach them, because we also reach out to them to expand and to grow the community as a whole by reaching out to everyone.
There's so many different places where you can take that conversation. Some people, you think about dance, you close your eyes and it might be a skip performance. Others might be thinking about some great gymnastics rules that we saw over the Olympics, and it seems like they're all jumping in together, right?
Definitely.
Some of the great gymnastics and the floor routines that we've seen these days are almost as much dance as they are athletics.
That's right. Yeah.
So it's just a question of getting people to
encouraging people to
move.
To make make them move.
What about ballet? Do we include that in that particular art?
Yeah. Honestly, we try to develop all dance styles, because you never know who would like hip hop, who would like ballet, who would like jazz.
Yeah.
It's just making sure we reach out and to find those people, to encourage them that what dance could mean to them and what it could do for them in the future.
Okay.
It's
now
all highlighted in Made to Move.
Yes.
I'll play the video eventually. I might have to do a commercial thing before I can set that up. And then I'm going to worry about the music that's playing inside, whether it's copywritten or not. In which case,
Jed's song.
It's from us.
It's one of our songs. Okay, so it's one of those. I just don't want to get in trouble with Facebook
anymore.
Well, there's the ultimate Facebook villain right there. This guy.
There you go.
He was locked down for 30 days, and a day and a half after, now locked down for another 30 days. Before too much longer, they're they're going to give him the Trump treatment and just say, maybe Facebook not for you these days. I want to spend a little bit more time on the dance thing because, as you know, I'm a dancer.
There you go.
Don't Google
Let's see
it.
those moves.
Don't Google it. It's the same
made to
move.
move.
It's the same move that I've been doing since 1981 at the Pescador. But there's so many different. You got solo routines. I was watching a piece on social media. It had to be TikTok or somewhere, and it was a couple of Guam guys at a car show doing a piece, and it wasn't traditional cha-cha, but they were doing a piece to Johnny Sublon's Half a Day or something like that. It was it was a terrific, and it was these two guys that were throwing down to the most inappropriate music for what they were trying to do, but it was still fun and engaging to watch. And then, of course, you got these big groups that go out there, multiple groups. So something like Made to Move, which one is going to be your target audience, or is it all of the above?
I'll say all ages. See, just speaking about that, it's all about having fun as well.
Yes.
And the thing about this movie is there's a lot of concepts, there's a lot of feels, and there's a lot of it's a roller coaster of emotions that we want to reach out and spread to everyone to give them that feel of what dance could be and how it could look through film, through camera.
I think I've got the video all ready to play. What is it?
There's
clean?
a new one.
Oh, you made a new one? Did you? Okay. Bounce it to me at 988-5874, 988-5874. Hopefully that's already in your phone, and I'll be able to get that up on the screen. 9:18 in the morning. So we're talking about dancing, incorporating dance and movies and things like that. So definitely multimedia platform.
Yes, definitely.
So what else do you get to play with?
For that.
I'm thinking set design. How much time do you spend at National Office Supply
we've
getting
been
paints?
filming for the past about almost 3 months now, and then some pieces really did require a lot of time. One of the pieces required like 2 days just to put together. Like Romeo was saying, with this concert, I guess a lot of the questions we've been getting is, what is it? And so
I'm still trying to drill into exactly what it is that we're going to be doing.
So, for the first time ever, we have all the dance studios on the island participating within this concert. This was kind of a response to COVID, because at that time, maybe like 3 months ago, a lot of these studios didn't know whether they were going to have their annual concert.
Right.
And so this was the answer for us to kind of reach out to all the studios, ask them for their best dance pieces, and let's put it on film. Let's make it so it's accessible for everyone.
Okay, but now it's a film, but it's also an event.
Yes.
It's a film and an event.
Yes.
Okay,
so dance classes.
So let's get to the event part of it. You said it's going to be over a couple of days.
Yes,
and
we're at the Dusit Tani, one of our premier platinum sponsors. Thank you very much, Dusit.
Yes.
The September 4th and the 5th.
Yes.
Okay, so fundraiser. So if I'm going to go to the Dusit and hang out in the Grand Ballroom, I assume I'm going to have to pay a couple of dollars to get in. Is there a rate for 2 days? Is there a rate for just a Saturday or just a Sunday?
So the way the event is set up right now is basically it's a bunch of showings, but the first day on the 4th, it has the premiere event and it has a premiere party, but also earlier in the day there's workshops that you can take.
I just want to go for the party. So what's
definitely go to just the party.
What's the rate for that? So I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna go hang out at Good Times and show off my moves.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
That's all. That's what we're asking for.
Do you have a dance partner?
Do I what?
Do you have a dance partner?
I do now. Do you want to know his name?
He's a great dancer.
Together, man. Honestly, can you imagine a dance party with like all dancers in it? That's crazy.
20 after. What's the old line? I'm not gay, but my boyfriend is. He's a great dancer, and he's in charge of putting the wardrobe together and all of that. See that's the other part where we can have fun with this is because I don't know that there's been any groovy pageants lately, so we haven't seen a whole lot of great native costumes and talent from among the pretty people. It's time that we get out there and do it. Okay, yeah. I don't know if I've got the do I have the? Did you send me the new trailer yet?
I did.
I don't have it up 988-5874. So if you send it to my personal WhatsApp, it'll take me a second to get to. Let me play this one here because I know I've got it up on the screen. Real Joe's going to hit us up with the music, and this is the official trailer for Made to Move.
I sent it to an old number, I guess.
I don't have any audio. Where's I've got the audio thing. Do you have the audio thing, Real Joe? You do? Hey, Are you paying attention to me? I can't hear
Yeah,
you.
I'm trying to turn on because when I'm running all the mics, I can't run
Oh,
Abra.
I got you. Okay, well then do the thing so I can get this audio up, and then we'll take a break and return to the 4-mic configuration. I understand the technology that Real Joe is struggling with right now because I made it that way. Stand by. Here's the official trailer, one of the official trailers for Made to Move. Okay, well, 9:22 in the morning, and there's an icon. So the new trailer is already up on the thing. Yeah. Okay, well, let's see if I can find. Is this it? Jed Equal official music video. Dark blue one. This one. Este. All right, official trailer for Made to Move Part 2. Okay, all groovier music. Nice.
Long as I got fam, long as I got God and a strong mindset. Nothing can stop me, no. 'Cause I was made to move. No, I'm not here to lose. 'Cause I was made to move. I have my rights to choose. Life brings me down, I get right back up. 'Cause there's so many reasons to keep holding on. So I hold on, 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 I
Oh, this is sweet. I'm okay. I'm happy we got this one here. It's it's cranking. It's got the beats out. Even Real Joe's awake. Real Joe's got his attention.
That's
there.
our boy, man.
That's our boy.
That's
Jed
Jed.
from next door. So the guy that put the music together and everything that you were just listening to a second ago is his name is Jed, and he works the morning show over on Star 101. So I know he's talking about this a whole lot. And then you've got all of the different dance groups that we saw. If you were just listening to the radio, go and catch this on YouTube a little bit later on, and Facebook a little bit later on. Is the video on demand. And yeah, all of the stuff is on Instagram. You'll be able to find it. But definitely go look at it. That looks like stateside stuff there. I love the production.
No,
you guys
thank you.
did outstanding on that.
Thank you very much.
But now, who did all the filming? Was that you guys, or did
Yeah,
the
with
groups
Project
do that?
Inspire, we did that. Yeah.
Wow, I mean that's seriously good. I mean
Thank you
the
so much.
lighting and all of the different sets that you went looking for.
Yeah.
So-
a lot. We have at least 20 dance numbers.
This is why I like it. This is in my mind, and we talk about local. That video that you just saw and the other videos on that page can only be seen here. You could not replicate it anywhere else. You couldn't replicate it
Only
with the
here.
dancers. You couldn't replicate it with the music. You can't replicate it with the sets. It's all totally Guam.
Yeah, it's truly local.
Something very, very cool to get excited about all of this. Okay, so getting back to the event, Director Cho, it's going to be taking place September 4th and 5th over at the Dusatani Grand Ballroom. We don't know what's going to be happening with restrictions. They're looming, as I say. So absent something face-to-face, because it's Project Inspire, you guys are already into the heavy into the technology and the digital space here.
Yes.
Was this? I mean, I'm assuming this was going to be there would be some virtual on this anyway.
Eventually. Right now, we don't have any talks about it or plans for it. But right now, the main way to view it is at the event.
Okay. Now, if it came to bullets, do you think it would be difficult to find somebody that's got some streaming technology? I know at Dusit they've got sweet internet. I've used it myself many times. So yeah, I mean it's 500 asymmetrical out the door. I'm making that up totally, but they've got some sweet internet there.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you needed to, the guy I'd call is Carlos Barreto over at Shooting Star,
Yeah.
and have him come out with his machine and 5 or 6 cameras.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. If worse comes to worse, we live in a digital age. There's answers to every problem that we have now.
Yeah. Well, golly, I love the optimism here for the future. 9:26 in the morning. But absent any major changes, maybe it'll come down to one of those things. If you want to go, you have to be vaccinated. We'll watch and we'll see it. We just know it's not going to cost $190 to get in, right?
No.
But
We're actually trying to make it a lot more affordable than what the price for Dusit actually is.
Well, charge the parents. Yeah. Well, that's the way it's always been with dance groups and, and performances.
for the most part, because we know it's not just the parents. We know a lot of the potential dancers out there are of a certain demographic that can't afford to, break the bank. So we're still trying to make prices affordable for everyone, even if they see the price and they're like, "That's not affordable." It actually really is.
But let's take it into another side conversation here.
Sure.
So we've got all of this incredible talent, and anybody that doubts it wasn't watching the video teaser that we played for you. And so we know we've got the talent here, but how do we turn this into a going profession so we don't have to worry about it?
This is true. I mean, at the end of the day, right? We have to put a little bit more value within the arts. Especially if we're going to try to make it of an industry standard.
But it's a whole lot easier to get that performing arts money if you're doing sign what money is left over for people that are doing
for sponsors.
I'll make sure we hit that point. But what are the chances where your acts, some of the top 10, 15 dancers working with the top 5 or 6 music producers that we've got here on Guam can find a stage somewhere and make money 5 nights a week doing it?
It's a really good question right there.
I know.
I mean, if we had the answer, they'd be doing it already.
Yeah.
But it's really just supporting the arts. That's the solution to it.
Because otherwise they're going to have to learn to do poles.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's all dance is good dance, right? Hannah was talking about... Hannah was talking about getting some sponsors and particularly look if number one, if you got kids that are doing this, and number two, if you we all like to say, gee, if only the kids had more to do to keep them off the streets and away from drugs. And I can't think of anything more enticing and distracting to a lot of young people, especially now, especially because we can commemorate it with our phones, than getting them interested in dance. How do corporations support people like you?
Well, they can get in touch with me at hannahjcho@gmail.com.
Right.
We are still looking for sponsors, but I do have to thank the sponsors that we do have.
We
have Dusit Tani, our premier platinum sponsor. We also have Coretech, 76 Circle K, Select Care, ITNE, and we also have some private donors that just wanted to give to the cause without any press or media attention.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Yeah.
I love that kind of generosity. Just doing it because it's the right thing to do.
Well, there also is a story behind what inspired Made to Move beyond just wanting to celebrate the dance community. It has to do with one of their good friends who did pass away from cancer, who inspired the song Made to Move and helped inspire this event as well, if you guys wanted to touch on that.
Yes, do that.
So, the song Made to Move was the first thing that was created. It was created 3 years ago, and it was dedicated to our boy Noel Santos Jr.
Yes.
He actually heard the song before he passed on. Yeah, so he was ecstatic about it. But
I'm going to get all misty here. This is in a feels moment here.
No, for sure. We do miss him so much. And so... at the time, I didn't want to make a video for it unless I had all the dance studios involved.
Yeah.
And so, the pandemic happened, and this response to the pandemic happened, gathering everyone together. I felt like, I guess this is Noel saying it's time. So, we wanted to make sure to reach out to a noble cause on the island, which is Azudas Foundation's Wings for Life. They help cancer patients. And so we wanted to try to raise funds for them as well, as promoting
so you guys
the
aren't
dance
getting rich
community.
on this thing?
We hope. We can only hope, but like I said, you got to support the art community. Right. That's the only way it's going to happen.
Well, I'm happy to be a participant. As I said, normally when Hannah asks, the answer is just yes to begin with. But even more so because it is going into a spot. Performing arts has always been kind of vital for me. It's not that I've done any of it. I'm usually the guy with the microphone saying, and now here's the Skip Kids or something along those lines. Of course, you guys know my nephew has been every major promotion and production going back to the 90s and sings every once in a while over at Venue. So we want to make sure that there is always a platform for him and others like him to perform, whether you're singing or dancing or even poetry slamming. Gotcha.
Definitely.
All right, so you stay close to the radio right now. Deuce it on the 4th and the 5th of September. If there's any changes, we'll let you know about it in a loud and obnoxious way because that's the way we do this. 9:31 in the morning. The Ray Gibson Show continues after these.
As we get back to business, Docomo Pacific is ready to keep you connected. Introducing Business Bundles Plus. Build a customized bundle with the right internet, mobile, TV, and phone plan for your business. Pay for exactly what you need and nothing you don't. And the more services you add, the more you save. Plus, you can rely on Docomo Pacific's fastest, most reliable network and 24/7 customer support. So build your own bundle and save today with Business Bundles Plus. Call 671-688-2677. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Pastrami is back at Subway. Pepper-crusted beef layered with crispy pickles, mustard, and melted provolone cheese. Nothing comes close to the pleasure of sinking your teeth into that chewy, juicy, well-seasoned pastrami. It's happiness in a sub. Head down to the nearest Subway restaurant and satisfy your craving for the deli perfection that is pastrami. Subway. Eat fresh. Pastrami sub is available at all Subway locations on Guam and Saipan, including NCS, for a limited time only.
Business owners looking to expand, looking for an opportunity to give your business a chance to succeed. There's a commercial space for rent at the DNA building in Agutya. This is a 10-story building with 24-hour security guards, maintenance, and custodial staff. A fitness center, close proximity to the Superior Court of Guam, Agutya Post Office, and several banks. Call DNA Incorporated for more information. Telephone 477-9053 or 9054 or email dnainc.guam@gmail.com.
We're all just comparing notes on Don's here in the studio here this morning. 9:33. So I'm sitting there going, I think we covered everything, and then there's wait a second. How do people get tickets for the show? How do we actually go and be welcome at the Deuce-a-Don?
And event showings, you can go to our website, www.projectinspire.co.
Okay.
And you'll find a link to our event right there.
Okay. And that's the way you do it. Credit cards, PayPal, everybody will be taken care of.
I noticed a lot of people are asking for physical tickets in a time of COVID.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
it's very interesting.
But then there's the other thing is I'm big on souvenirs. All right, I'm Taurus.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm a hoarder. I've got crap all over the house. Going back to when I was an altar boy. So yeah, and especially if you're performing in it.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you could have something on paper that I can
we actually
keep.
did design tickets now that people are asking for it. So like we're
looking
working
for a
on
printing sponsor.
Yeah. So whoever wants to be on this event has a printing company.
Yeah.
Hit us up.
So go and find that, guys, right down the street next to Infusion headquarters, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it.
Definitely love to shout out all the dance studios that were part of this.
Yeah, honestly, special thanks and shout outs to Stargazers, Talent Box, Dance Jazz, Step Up, Fusion, Skip, Triton's Collective, The Movement, Uprising, GDC, and thank you so much for everyone, all the other dancers out there that collaborated with us on this special journey.
I was going to say I saw a lot of different versions of different dance groups on the thing.
Yes,
and
great
one
collaboration.
One of my favorite things is just watching. There's certain hip hop dances that the people are doing these days that are just so crazy. They're aggressive. They're aggressive. The energy on the stage. Oh yeah. Oh, it's just something else. I'm looking forward to seeing some of that. So all day on the 4th and the 5th over at the Deuce. Guys, thanks.
And thank you, Choice, for being our radio sponsor.
Always
thank you, Choice.
Awesome.
As I said, look, it's a pretty face like this one over here, and who's going to say no to Hannah when she comes in and says, I want your help on something. It's 9:35 in the morning. Okay, for real this time. I'll take a quick break and kill the next 20 minutes.
Chili's is pairing up premium entrees with 2-in-1 entree selections starting at $19.99. Indulge in mouth-watering combos like the sirloin and ribs combo, the ribeye and jalapeno sausage combo, or the savory sirloin and ancho salmon combo. All served with delicious mashed potatoes. Dine in today and enjoy the best of both worlds flavor experience with Chili's 2-in-1 entree selections. Available for a limited time. Chili's on the 2nd floor of the Tumont Sands Plaza. Chili's, savor the moment.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
A homeowner's policy protects much more than just your house. It also protects you against claims from someone being hurt on your property. If a visitor is injured at your place, how much are you covered for? The smart thing to do is get the answer today.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Be sure your children are off to a safe and healthy start for the new school year. Make an appointment today at the FHP Health Center to get their annual vaccines, physicals, and vision and dental exams. Our FHP pediatricians, optometrists, and dentists have developed a reliable and trustworthy reputation for delivering the highest quality of care for your family. For an appointment, call 671-646-5825, press 1. Most private insurance plans accepted. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
Yep, looking to see if I've got any other secret messages coming in. As I said, 9:36, 9:37, something like that. Tomorrow, if you know, you know, but there's going to be a get-together of a very large and growing group of people. It started with a handful of folks that I already knew and that I was already kind of communicating with on a kind of clandestine stand-up and truth to power kind of way, and then it got big. And then it got big, and now I want to say that the WhatsApp is a couple of hundred people deep. And it's one of those where you immediately have to mute it, but you've got to look at it about every half hour or so, because if you miss a few minutes, then bang, there's 50 messages that you've got to kind of scroll through, and not a whole lot of scripture, thankfully. You know, I'm just you know, I'm like that. What can I say? 888-825-588-TALK, 9:37 in the morning, and what do we get to ponder? What do we get to talk about here today? And the answer is the unknown, the uncertainty, if you will. And I'll give you an example of uncertainty. These folks that I was just interviewing felt pretty comfortable in booking the Deucet Ballroom for a couple of days. Whoa. Wow. Yeah. Now, even though they're platinum sponsors, right? I mean, but I'm sure that there's, you know, some amount of investment that needed to be made on somebody's part in order to put this all together. So what is going to come out of Adeloop today? Will it be, oh, no more gatherings? Oh, you can have it, but you can only have 100 people in there at a time, right? Stagger the door. You got 99 people inside. We can let in one more, and then the line outside of people want to get in. We got to wait until somebody leaves. You know, the top of the reef, the bar at the top of the reef used to be like that.
Yeah, capacity.
Exactly, because, you know, out of an abundance of caution. And in order to save lives, or will they say, yeah, you can still have it, and we won't bother you about capacity, but you have to ensure that the only people that can go in there are vaccinated. Yeah. What's that going to be? Will there be the continued bullying of everybody, or is it just going to be the unvaccinated folios that are out there? I don't know. But as I've mentioned a couple of times already, I also don't care. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. If there is some kind of a decree that says that I can't go someplace as a result of my unvaccinated status, then I guess that means I'm going to not go that place. But what if it's grocery store? Well, we already heard from Mike Benito yesterday. It might be a grocery store, but it ain't going to be the Payless. Payless says no to any kind of vaccine mandates on their employees and no to any vaccine mandates for their customers. Right on is all I got to say about that. Good news. And I hope that there are a number of other businesses that likewise will go, yeah, when we say we reserve the right to refuse service to anybody, that means us, staff and management. That's like that guy that threw the glass over at the drop the other day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see the story on that guy? Yeah. Apparently he's kind of fun to have around in other bars as well. It's a story that I'm getting. But anyway, so they say, we have the right to reserve the service to this guy because, you know, he's kind of seedy around the eyes and we don't necessarily want him around. That does not extend to the government of Guam. Lulian Guerrero is not your partner, and I don't think Lulian Guerrero can tell you that you have to refuse service to any members of the community, vaccinated or not. I don't think that is in the purview of the government. Now it's possible that there is that 1905 case that everybody keeps quoting, that is used as the platform for all of the petty tyrants in the United States of America, territories included, is a 1905 case, and one of these days somebody will take it apart and put it back together and say, well, maybe that's not quite what the justices were thinking when they did all of this. But having said that, yeah. And maybe that is the platform by which these decisions will be vetted in the courts of law. Well, then fine, adjudicate it. That I think is one of the things that is most unnerving. Well, all of these things that we're talking about and the possibilities of further restrictions being foisted upon this community, where are the lawsuits? I can think of a couple. Tom Pinehoff and Regina and a few other folks got together and went over to district court with their case. It didn't go anywhere, unfortunately. But at least they had the temerity. At least they had the temerity and some financial backing to be able to make that case and plead that case in the court. You're not gonna win every time, but you might not lose every time either. That's the thing. So you've got to, especially if you feel like you're being railroaded, you got to stand up and say so. It is possible that maybe that's what Koss is going to be writing about today with when the Federation of Teachers issues that press release they were talking about. I'm not confident they will, because it didn't sound like it sounded like what is it Bob Klitsky calls it, like a learned helplessness. It's a learned helplessness. Yeah, well, we took a look at the case, and we're just not, I don't know, it doesn't look like we'll be able to win it. Well, grow a pair. Try. That's why they have lawyers. Somebody's going to take the case and see if there's something can be done with it. Well, it never won before. It doesn't mean that we can't win in this court, and they might appeal, they might not appeal. But you don't know until you try. The answer, my brave friends in the 36th Guam legislature, brave and courageous members of the 36th Guam legislature, the answer is always no if you don't ask. So don't be shy.
Reminded me of something I heard before.
I don't have the thing up. Who's on one?
It's Ken LG.
No way.
Yeah.
The other governor, Ken LG?
Will he see a pork barrel?
I like to refer to him as the other governor, Leon Guerrero, because I know it annoys people over at Adelup. Like you wouldn't believe. And there's other people that just don't like him, and it triggers them too. And I like to think that this ought to be someplace where you can go and get yourself triggered on a regular basis. My buddy Ken, off a day.
As we speak, Peter Santos right now, his fingers are flaming right now.
Why? What happened?
Well, every time I talk with you, then he feels compelled to post in Messenger comments. So
It's all
yeah,
right.
that's fine. It's totally fine. But the reason I was calling today was to reinforce the point you were making. If you recall back to the Great Road Block debacle, remember those days when we had roadblocks?
Vividly. I tell you what, I was timing my movements during those days to make sure that I was on one side or the other of one of my favorite drinking places that I was still sneaking into, and I didn't have to worry about crossing the roadblocks. Yeah.
Well, this reinforces the point you made, because remember, I filed a lawsuit in district court about the roadblocks, and the day before our hearing, the governor rescinded the roadblock order.
Is it cause and effect?
It could be, because right up to that point, she was doubling up and laying down the law and increasing the number of roadblocks. And then the day before the hearing, like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, she had a press conference that she was that the roadblocks had accomplished their purpose, and she was ending the roadblocks. So I like to think of it the fact that she was worried about setting a precedent in federal court. And that's what we need to do, especially with the RISE Act and the All RISE Act, because that's discrimination, blatant discrimination. using taxpayer funds. It would be different if she was discriminating against people using Bank of Guam funds, you know. Only the first 18,000 depositors are going to get a check, and the rest of you can suck an egg. But that's basically what she's saying right here with the RISE Act, you know. Only those of you well-connected enough to get your names at the top of the list, and you'll have no way of knowing where you are on that list until we decide who to pay. And, you know, first off is going to be the two political groups, the government of Guam employees that were added to the RISE Act.
And the retirees.
And the retirees, the two groups of people that did not lose any income, did not lose their jobs as a result of the economic slowdown. And so they are being moved to the head of the line, ahead of all the people who've lost jobs, lost income, lost hours, lost cars, lost transportation, and still find themselves eagerly moving from village to village when the food giveaways are announced.
Right, and here's what's going to happen to those poor devils. They're going to be sitting around waiting for the RISE Act and trying to figure out what bills we're going to pay with child tax credits, if they have some of that coming in, as well as what's the last of the giveaways here?
The CARES Act.
Yeah, some of that. Yeah, so and then after that, for a lot of people, about 10,000, 11,000, it's curtains, because the economy is not going to come back, because there's nobody that's got any certainty whatsoever about what the nature of their business is, what it's going to be this afternoon. They don't know what it's going to be like tomorrow. They don't know what it's going to be like Monday, because we're all waiting for the decree from Adelup. What's it going to be? How is this going to screw up my business for the rest of the year? That's what everybody wants to know. There is no more certainty here anymore, and there's no more credibility in the government of Guam anymore. And I think there's a lot of people in business going, I don't even know why I'm doing this anymore, for God's sakes. You know, if you were relying on businesses to start bouncing back so that your business might be bouncing back, forget about it. We're out there testing asymptomatic people. Our numbers are shooting up. CDC says we're back to level 3, which, if anybody's looking at the CDC website wondering where they want to travel to, maybe we're taking Guam off the list. So forget about that. We got the airlines. They don't even want to fly here unless they've got $25 million worth of subsidies.
You're absolutely right.
So you know, the economy is not going to come charging back here. And if you think people are hurting now, just wait. Just wait.
Well, you and I both know people that after their businesses closed, they sold their assets, cashing in on the spike in real estate due to the Marine relocation, and have left. And those jobs are gone forever, and the money that they got from selling those assets is not getting spun in the local economy. It's getting spun in Texas and Florida and other states.
Well, and I'm amused and annoyed simultaneously at the number of people in the business community for whom I consider friends and colleagues that can suggest I keep going, Ray. You tell them, get on there, you give them hell, Gibson. And I say, okay, well, that's a good idea. So why don't you call in every once in a while and help me give them hell? Oh, no, I can't do that. You guys, this is Angel Santos syndrome, right? Angel was a great guy, and he went to bat for the Chamorros, for Guamanians, and hoped that he would inspire them to be able to take care of their own crap, but they didn't. They just kept going to him, and I think that contributed to some of the sickness that he had in his waning days. Was too busy trying to take care of everybody else's problem, for which they were just as capable of handling it themselves, but didn't. I think we're going to see a lot of the same things where everybody is relying on that same handful of people to stand up to Adelup, not realizing that they need to be standing up to Adelup as well.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. It goes back to one of my favorite Thomas Jefferson quotes. Those who refuse to defend their freedoms won't have them much longer, you know? And that's what we're talking about here. And I'm hoping against hope that the 36th Guam legislature will finally develop a spine, you know, and either do one of two things: override the governor's vetoes. But it's real interesting how in the governor's new All Rise Act, she puts that little clause in there that if you accept my money, you are ineligible to accept any future benefits the legislature may pass. And that's just shows how little she thinks of the people of Guam. I mean, this to me was her ultimate let them eat cake moment. You either take my money now, and if you do take my money now, you can't accept any other help that the legislature may offer in the future. I mean, if that isn't, isn't declaring war on the legislature. So I'm hoping that act alone will inspire the senators to do one or two things.
Yeah.
Hopefully both.
You're
One,
dreaming. You're dreaming.
override the
Nudge him.
veto.
Somebody nudge Ken. You're dreaming.
Override the veto, or two, in the budget they approve, include $75 million for the All Rise money that they passed. That she let lapse into law.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but as I will say again, I don't know that the brave and courageous members of the 36th Guam legislature have got the stones for it.
Oh, I don't think they do.
How do you stand up with no backbone? I just don't understand that.
Well, the paperwork is incredible, but you have to. The way you get funding for the 2024 election is you take your spine out, gift wrapped it, and send it to Adeluke by courier.
Well, and it's going to be the same bunch of
courier.
guys. Going to be the same bunch of guys that get elected, because I'm here to tell you that they're members of the 36th Guam legislature are going to stay locked in their job, because it's going to be impossible for little guys like Michelle Armenta, Ken Leon Guerrero, and Sandra Sayao, and John Ananich, and Vince Tovis Muffness.
Vince
Borja, that's the guy. It's going to be impossible for these guys to get any kind of name recognition out there if Guam is back in lockdown and they can't have fundraisers. So I think the people of Guam could be in for another round of getting screwed out of new potential candidates. So great. We're gonna have a whole bunch of other people that won and lost elections, and they're going to be able to get back into the legislature. 9:53. I'm holding out hope that Mike Nicholas might be able to turn things around for us.
Me too.
Because he doesn't. I don't get that.
He's got the support.
I don't get that petty tyrant vibe when I'm hanging out with Mikey. You know what I mean?
No, you don't. What you get out of Mike is a sense of urgency. It's almost like he needs a team of people to hold him back, because he tries to do so much so fast for the people of Guam that he's willing to make that effort. And we've seen it ever since he's been elected into the legislature. Very often, he'll be the only one standing up for the people of Guam on a wide variety of issues, and that's how he beat Madeline.
I hear that. Ken, I got to let you run. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
You can count on it.
there you go. Might even hear him. I don't know, tall tales. Starts at 4 o'clock p.m. here in this radio station, KUSG. I got you, whatever. 9:55 in the morning. And what's the plan for the weekend? Do you have anything?
No, man. Just chill out.
You're just going to, because you got the boogers.
Yeah.
You got the boogers that you got from
It's
from
nothing,
Ruckus.
though, man. It's really nothing at all.
Yeah. I don't know. Trying to figure. There's a part of me that wants to hike this weekend. And then there's a part of me that doesn't, because like last weekend it was like really snotty out there, and they were talking about doing some hiking out in the Sella and Seti Bay area, and I thought, well, you know what? The last time I was down here, it was muddy like you wouldn't believe, and so I'm hoping this weekend, maybe with the sunshine that we've got today, won't be as muddy, but you know what it will be? This is gonna be hot.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be hot.
It's gonna be really hot.
Where's the air conditioning trails? Where's the air conditioned hiking trails that we've got, or something where it's you're in a river but it doesn't have lepto in it? Those are the things that are in my head for the weekend. Might come up with a couple other things. Like I said, there's a get together from among the resistance tomorrow at a secret location. Ooh, Secret Beach. Ooh, Secret Beach. Did I ever tell you where Secret
Secrets
Beach was?
again, huh?
Why not?
It's starting all again.
I don't know.
Secrets
Who knows what it's going to be? We don't know. That's the thing. There's uncertainty in the mix because what's the announcement going to be today? What language are they going to be using over at the governor's office here? Is it going to be full? Is it going to be partial? Is it just going to affect vax people? I don't know. But you know what I did? It gives me hope. Gives me hope because today I was communicated with by a very, very attractive member of the female population on Guam.
Really?
Yeah, and she said maybe we ought to do a thing like a mix and match party Single unvaccinated people.
Oh.
All getting together someplace.
That makes sense.
I know
man.
it
I'll
does,
do
doesn't it? 9:56. My buddy Kellis on the line. How you doing?
I'm blessed. How are you doing?
I always ask you the question. I already know the answer to that. I know you are blessed here. I know you and I know your family, so you're a good man. What's going on?
Well, so my brother was just on, and I have a way that we could get the additional money, even notwithstanding what the governor says.
Go ahead.
So when the legislature makes a bill, they just put the notwithstanding clause, because we all know that the notwithstanding clause trumps absolutely everything.
I'm elevating you to the position of legal counsel on the Ray Gibson Show. I'll always call Bob Klitsky first, but you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I don't see how they might be able to get out from under that.
Because we all know that you can, no matter what impenetrable lockbox you put funds in for a particular, thing, as long as you say notwithstanding, you can take money out of that impenetrable lockbox.
It's kind of like when you cross your fingers and you hold them behind your back when you're making a promise.
Yes.
Yeah, it's exactly like that.
Cross your toes and, cross your eyes also.
I like that. All right. Lizzie, you have a terrific weekend. I know you guys are busy, but if you get a chance, carve out some time for me, all right?
Okay.
All right, appreciate it. 9:57 and change. Always good to hear from all of the Leon Guerreros, except one. There's only one that I don't need to hear from at all.
Her.
Yeah, that's exactly. 9:57. So I give you another reason why today's a no frowny face Friday, and I had my fingers crossed that I would get a delivery today. I'm expecting a delivery from Stitch Fix.
Oh yeah.
But I also got a delivery from Auntie Lou.
Wow.
This is Bob Klitsky's wife, Lou.
That looks like distribution.
That's the Lou I love. It's the Lou I love. So there it is, Ziploc bag. Inside the Ziploc bag.
Oh my God.
This is Halloween. Halloween-ween?
Is it?
Right? Yeah, this is the fun size family pack edition of beetle nut. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of beetle nut, full pieces of beetle nut that have been husked. God, I love her.
Perfect.
And then vacuum sealed.
Yeah.
And then vacuum sealed.
Not for resale.
Oh no! This, and you know what, guys? This might actually last me the weekend.
What? Come on, man.
I did, man. I'm hooked. I'm absolutely hooked. So I want to say thanks very much. I appreciate that and love you so. She's if she wasn't giving them directly to me, she would have been giving them to my mother. And then my mother would have said, come over. I've got beetle nut. Fix my TV. It's a minute in front of 10 o'clock in the morning. So it's going to be an interesting afternoon. I'm going to go home and take a nap. And not worry about anything, and not really care what the nature of it, unless it actually has my name. Unless they say, well, Public of Health and Secret Service and the police department are going to be following Ray Gibson around, making sure he doesn't do anything fun and wears a mask the entire time. It probably isn't going to impact me one way or the other, and find ways for it to make sure that it doesn't impact you or your family either, and just make it so that the whole thing is just ad loop. They're redundant. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. The radio station's KUSG. I got you for Real Joe Cruz, Montesilva Tyron, and Jerry Roberts. My name is Ray Gibson. Big weekend coming up ahead of us. I don't know exactly what I'm going to be doing, but as usual, we end the show like this on Fridays. If you see me out somewhere after midnight, send me home. If you're hot, take me home. Stand by now. Fox News Live's playing here on The Point.
4.3 HD3.
Trying to pick up the pace. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Thousands of people have been able to get out of Afghanistan, but thousands more remain, including Afghans who helped Americans whose lives may be in danger now that the Taliban has gained control of the country.
State Department says since Saturday, the U.S. has evacuated some 7,000 people from Kabul. The administration refuses to give a breakdown on that number, though we do know from sources who've been briefed on this that about 1,800 of those 7,000 are American citizens or permanent residents. Officials say the problem in Kabul, massive crowds at the airport, forcing the government to temporarily shut one of the gates today. On top of that, and to address all of this, officials say the former U.S. ambassador to Afghanistan, John Bass, will try to negotiate with the Taliban to allow Americans safe passage out of the country.
Fox's Rich Edson at the State Department. About 24 U.S. diplomats sent an internal cable last month warning Secretary of State Antony Blinken of the potential fall of Kabul to the Taliban as U.S. troops withdrew. That's according to the Wall Street Journal, which says the memo offered ways to mitigate the crisis and accelerate an evacuation. A new poll from the AP finds most Americans don't think the war in Afghanistan was worth the fight.
62% of Americans surveyed said the Afghanistan war, America's longest war, wasn't worthwhile. The opinions were gathered as the Taliban swept through the country, ultimately capturing the capital of Kabul. President Biden has pledged to pull the U.S. military out entirely and is standing by that amid some criticism. The AP NORC poll finds that 47% agree with the president's approach on international affairs. The number is slightly better, 52% for Biden on national security.
Fox's Gernal Scott. A standoff in Texas over new voting legislation has ended after some Democrats who fled to D.C. returned to the state. America is listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network. Stay on top of the latest news and information from Fox News. Listen and download the Fox News Hourly Update on your time. The trending stories you need anytime you want it. Listen and download now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
What are the most important issues facing Americans today? Every Monday, join me, Brett Baer, Chief Political Anchor and Executive Editor of Special Report, and my rotating all-star panel of experts as we discuss the policies, practices, and solutions to the biggest and most important issues of the day. You can hear new episodes every Monday. Subscribe now at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts.
The Fox News Rundown is a weekday morning podcast that dives deep into the major and controversial stories of the day. Hosted by the anchors of Fox News Radio. Subscribe now to hear a perspective of news you won't find anywhere else. Listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com.
Some good news on the weekly jobless claims front.
The number of people filing for unemployment benefits for the first time dipped to a pandemic low this month. There were 348,000 new claims for jobless benefits last week, down by 29,000. The number of continuing claims, those still receiving unemployment benefits, also dropped to 2.8 million. New claims have dropped significantly since January, but in recent weeks have been hovering in a range. The Delta variant has caused increases in hospitalizations and restrictions throughout the U.S., but it's believed demand for employees remains strong. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
The Biden administration says it will automatically erase student loan debt for more than 300,000 Americans with disabilities that leave them unable to earn significant incomes. The Education Department says the move will wipe out more than $5.8 billion in debt. Under the changes, borrowers identified as permanently disabled will be granted automatic forgiveness and will not have to prove their incomes. Facebook continues to crack down on COVID misinformation.
Facebook says it removed more than 20 million pieces of content from its site and Instagram globally for violating its COVID-19 misinformation policies between the start of the pandemic and June of this year. The company also displaying warnings on more than 190 million pieces of COVID-related content on Facebook that its third-party fact-checking partners rated as false, partly false, altered, or missing context. In a blog post, reps say COVID-19 is still a major public health issue, and we are committed to helping people get authoritative information. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
On Wall Street, the major indexes ended the day mixed. The Dow off 66, the Nasdaq up 15, the S&P plus 5 points. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Ashley DeBorkin with a Fox Movie Profile and look at new movies this week with Fandango's Eric Davis.
Let's start with Maggie Q adding to the summer's action-packed female-led assassin movies. So tell me about The Protege.
Maggie Q plays an assassin who is the protege of Samuel Jackson's assassin. He takes her under her wing. They begin a journey of being assassins together for many, many years until he is killed. And then she needs to go and now figure out who did it. And so it's a story of revenge, of getting back at the people who killed her mentor.
Hugh Jackman leads the sci-fi thriller Reminiscence.
Hugh Jackman plays a scientist who discovers a way that you can get hooked up to a machine and relive your memories. Meanwhile, a private investigator uncovers a conspiracy that has to do with the client's recovering lost memories.
And the G-rated animated option, Paw Patrol, the movie. Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
From the Fox News radio studios in New York City, giving you opinions and facts with a positive approach. It's Brian Kilmeade.
Thanks so much for listening, everybody. It's the Brian Kilmeade Show. Today at about 10 o'clock, we understand the president and vice president will get their briefing, and then, of course, they're going to speak to the press. Wrong, they will not. They will not speak to the press. Yesterday, they talked about booster shots, and the president stormed away afterwards, but had sat down with George Stephanopoulos. We have more of that interview. I have not heard a lot of it. I've been on Fox and Friends. We rolled in about 2 clips. I want to hear more.